to Brazil, I spent some time at Fiocruz, at the National School of Public Health. And after doing my PhD in environmental policy, I started dealing with environmental health. Afterwards, I did some studies on popular epidemiology and then ecological economics. And can you see a pattern there? I always have a foot on society, a foot on environment, and I'm an engineer. Well, I'm quite curious, and I think that motivates me a lot. And while I was at Fiocruz, I also started doing some work with the Brazilian Network for Environmental Justice. I was working very closely with many environmental movements, giving technical support to them. We were talking yesterday about science communication. That was mainly what I was doing. Actually, it was trying to communicate their risks and environment aspects or health aspects of different technological solutions or technological projects that was happening in different parts of the After 4 years in Rio, I decided to increase my quality of life, and I moved from Rio to Juiz de Fora. I'd recommend it. It was a very nice place. And going to Minas Gerais, I kept on my research fields, doing all these environmental society things. But in Minas Gerais, I couldn't avoid talking about mining, and particularly open pit mining, iron ore mining. And that's a very important, a very relevant question, a very relevant example, I think, that can bring environment and society together. If you look at an open pit, and we talk about environment, you see all the elements there. When you have an open pit, you have problems or impacts concerning landscape, biodiversity, water consumption, water pollution, air pollution. Sometimes, and when I talk about air pollution, it's not only, we can talk about CO2 emissions, but even particularly matter pollution. So there are a lot of issues there that can and should and must be studied by natural scientists. And they do that. They do a lot of that, particularly when doing the environmental impact assessment, right? But talking about mining is not only talk about the natural environment. Talking about mining has a lot to do talk about people. And there is an increasing movement in Latin America of resistance to new open pit mines that have been set in the continent. And it's really, what strikes me is that when we talk about mining and social movements, we talk about water. So here we see again the dialogue between environment and society. So that's a very rich topic. That's a hot topic there that we should bring about, that can put together social sciences and natural science debate. And why do people resist or complain about the mines? Well, on the one hand, you have local people, local communities that sometimes are displaced from the place where they live and where they work and where they produce, and they don't want that. And there are really, really hard struggles about this. Apart from that, you have in the urban areas, many times when big projects happen, a great affluence of, great movement of labor. So sometimes small cities that have like 8,000, 10,000 people, they receive another 5,000 men, young men, who want to work, and they also want to, in the weekends, drink, have sex. Some of them consume drugs as part of our society, and hardly ever the cities are ready for that. So there is a big issue there that claims for attention and claims for research from social science. Thanks to our scientific infrastructure and community, there are a lot of social science to research in that. That's very important. But from this research, we can try to dialogue with companies, with society, with politicians, and develop better policies to prepare places and people to receive this kind of projects. Well, and how does, I forgot to mention that. I'm sorry, in my written introduction. I'm the coordinator of Poema. Some of you have seen the logo over there. I can explain. That's my research group. And actually, it stands for those who, well, I think it's always for English speaking, but it's poetry in Portuguese. And that stands for politics or policy, is the same word in Portuguese, economy, mining, environment, and society. So the dialogues there as well. Well, I want to start talking about, before going to move on, I just want to tell 3 stories about 3 different places where I have been doing some of my research. And I think they will bring some concrete examples of the dialogue between social scientists and natural scientists, and in an attempt to increase sustainability. Some of them are cases of quasi-success. Some are still cases of failure, but you have to learn from failure and see how can we overcome problems and look for sustainability. So the first case is Serra do Gandarela National Park. Yes, this is in the Belo Horizonte metropolitan area. And this map I just got from Movimento Águas do Gandarela. It's one of the movements that support nowadays. And this is a very interesting example. Vale, the largest mining company in Brazil, and also one of the supporters of the event. And I think there are a few Vale employees here. That's natural, and we're trying to create dialogue. That's important. This is probably in the Minas Gerais region. This is the last really rich area on iron ore. But at the same time, this is on the middle of metro. This is in close to Belo Horizonte, and it's very particular and very important from the ecological point of view, because all these orange or yellowish dots you see here, it's called tanga. It's a very specific ecosystem, a vegetation very particular of areas which are rich in iron. So most of the tangas which are rich, which stay on iron ore rich areas, have been taken off for the iron ore, and these were the last areas left in the country. And apart from that, there's a very rich area there for ecotourism. There's kind of small lodges and tracks, climbing areas, and all that. So there's an economy going there. There are people living there, and it's very important area also for water supply in 5 or 6 different municipalities. People who live there, they didn't want the mining to take place, so they started a great movement, important movement called Gandarela movement, or water from Gandarela, to try to turn this area into a national park. And that's quite a hard thing to do. I mean, you really need to get a lot of information, a lot of data from the ecological point of view, and then come all the biologists, geologists, ecologists to explain how important it is from the natural science point of view, but also to explain and justify why should that be a park and not necessarily a environment protection area on any other kind of protected standards. And they did a lot of research on anthropological and sociological aspects, economic aspects there. The project went to ICMBio, which is our agency responsible for national parks, and has been there for 2 years. They are still debating because the mining company wants these areas here for mine. I mean, there's mines out of the park, and there is a struggle here about where should be the park boundary. So this is a quasi-success example, but you still have to move. Second example, second story. This is Congonhas, also Minas Gerais state. And I'm talking here about CSN, Companhia Siderúrgica Nacional, which has a huge mine just over here, right? One of the big problems about CSN mine is just that it is less than 10 kilometers from the city, so it's really, really, really close. And here's just a a waste deposit for them. And as you can see, you have here the mine, you have here the Engenho range or Engenho mountain or something like this, and here's the city. And the problem is that all the good mine or good iron ore that CSN had over here, it's gone, so it just wants to move down here. The problem is that this vegetation protects the city from all the powder, all of the dust that comes out of the mine. In another perspective, in another perspective, here you have the city, beautiful city. This is by Aleijadinho, by the way. It's one of the Barroque's, Brazilian Barroque's most prominent artists. That's social science. Here we have Engenho range, and here you can see the start of the mine. And what CSN wants to do is just to move down. First problem, dust. And local movements really complain about it and said, oh, that's going to be risk, that's going to have a negative impact on our social life, on our quality of life. And there was a big struggle between company and society there. They were not reaching any results until Copasa, which is the water supply company there in Minas Gerais, came to the battle. Why? The hydrologists now come the partnership with natural scientists. They did some simulations, some studies about the impact of the mining from over there on the water supply system of the city. And they found out that if they start mining on this part of the range, there would be a loss of 60% of the city water supply, and that was really serious. And that was one of the most important arguments that the social movements got to impede the movement from the mine towards the city. It's not over yet, but it is. We are now in a stalemate to stay like this for a while. That's I would say the successful story. On the other hand, as you can see, this is still Congonhas. The other problem is particulate matter. That's a typical picture of Congonhas on a winter day. That's all particulate matter that comes from the mine. And there's a neighborhood that is really close to the mine, and people complain that for the last years there have been a significant increase on asthma, bronchitis, and all kind of allergenic problems, mainly related to the breathing system, lungs, and so on. But the city, the municipality doesn't accept these claims, and at the same time, the company doesn't accept these claims. And we haven't found yet epidemiologists who, as a social science, could help people to understand to what extent there is a correlation between this pollution, air, and their environmental health problems. And so this is a struggle that is going on. Social movements taking part. Social scientists studying social movements, studying their claims. Here we're talking, where's Julia? Is she here? Oh, yeah. Here we're talking about constructionism, what people tell about the environment, but there is still the lack of someone to study the environment to see how these things are correlated, and maybe the result of such a partnership would influence politics, and policy, and increase sustainability if you can find a way to improve the health of this people. Third story, just to finish, that's the saddest one I have to tell today, and it's really recent. This is Conceição do Mato Dentro. That's another city in Minas Gerais state. Here the mine was started by MMX, a company that used to belong to Eike Batista, but now it still belongs to him, but he sold most of it. And now the mine has been sold to Anglo American, a British company. Well, the stories that you can hear about there is just really sad. I won't get into details, but there are a lot of social scientists doing that research and following and taking about all the process environment impact assessment there. I just want to talk about this little stream here. It's called the Passa Sete stream. There was a small community living there, about 8 to 10 families, and they used to drink from this water. and they used to, the kids used to play here. The house about like 50 meters from the stream, and the animals would drink that water. After the mining company went there, that was what happened. Yeah, and there was a big struggle between the company and the peasants there, because there was an issue about who was the owner, who would receive the payment for being displaced, and some part of the family accepted, part not. In the end, some people didn't accept the agreement. They decided to stay, and one night the water supply was cut. So those one after the stream was polluted, people would put a water supply system to get from the spring, and over the night the spring system was the water system was just all cut. And that's about how unequal and how unjust this kind of conflicts can be. The beginning of the month, at the same stream, we had a lot of fish dying. Part of the cattle of these families started becoming sick, and the families went to government to say, okay, we have a mining company over there, there's something wrong, the water is getting polluted. And here you can see some of the family members collecting water to take to government to try to show what was going on. And they reply, and even taking the dead fish and the water, the reply they had from government was simply, you collect water just without following the procedures, and that doesn't count how as a proof. I cannot do anything. So again, there's a missing link here. We need more partnership with natural scientists to go there and help these people to understand what's going on the environment and help them to protect themselves from the change, what's happening in the environment. So 3 different stories, 3 different places. I'm talking about mining, but it could be oil, it could be agribusiness, it could be eucalyptus or any other big project, hydroelectric power plants. I mean, as an emergent country, or getting a better example, Pingelli yesterday was talking a lot about how much Brazil sends of iron ore in order to import some technological products. There is a whole discussion in the economic field about the industrialization of Brazil and how we are getting into our in the international trade. We are just offering commodities and importing electronic or technological stuff. Being a country that will specialize in commodities, we have to understand that all the commodities that export, they are intense in natural resources. They're intense in ore, they're intense in water, they're intense in energy. And moving to that kind of economy will increase environmental impact, will increase environmental conflict. So there's a big issue there to be studied and to be evaluated from both social, natural science, and economists. Moving on, just to my final slides. I couldn't join you in the dinner yesterday. I apologize for that, but I was working on this because I just want to try to dialogue with things that were said yesterday. And I believe that when we talk about science for change, for sustainability, and the role of science in doing that, what I could capture from yesterday was that we need to build science that communicates, and we are talking about science communication, yes, and that I think that must be reinforced. And it communicates to governments, have better policies. We have to communicate to people and companies. I mean, we didn't talk too much. We talk about a lot about science for kids, science for teenagers, community in general, sometimes in policy making. But sometimes when you talk about science and companies, we mainly talk about technology transfer, how we engineers will get the new innovation trend and take there. But we don't see much, or I don't see much, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, there are a lot of fields over there. How social science and companies communicate, and how we talk things like ethics and values and all stuff can be debated with companies. I think that's important. We need a science that creates awareness that problems exist. Technology innovation are not enough. And I think Planck's speech yesterday about climate change really showed us how harder the problems we have to face. And we have the problem and awareness of our trade-offs. We do have trade-offs. I mean, all the debate about sustainable development in the 80s and early 90s tried to get out of the way some of the trade-offs like economy versus environment, society versus environment, or society versus economy. But there are still, I believe, that's my personal point of view, some trade-offs between private and collective, local and global, because people say, okay, we do need mining because Brazil has to export and then ensure that we have positive results in international trade. But how do we balance this with local impacts? That has to be evaluated. And between short-term, long-term, short-term. And if we really create this awareness, if we really can motivate change, we can make people really understand what's going on and hopefully move on. Apart from that, so these are some of the elements that I think we have to bring into our research and into our science. And apart from that, for what? Something that really was a message that was really strong yesterday for me was when we talk about Latin American here, we talk about inequality, inequity, injustice. So that was really strong, a very strong message got yesterday. And we talk about economic inequality, like global. We're talking about Mexico exporting less and less technological products because of the NAFTA. We're talking about, again, Pingueri, talking about what Brazil exports and what imports. We have local problems concerning economics. We have social inequality, social injustice, and class, gender, that was really strong yesterday, race. We have problems concerning social service, security, for example. That was the guy from Minas Gerais. Sorry? Beato's speech, how police service and security service serves some groups and not others. So this is important. And I'm bringing today, just to add here, like we were talking about sustainability, the economic, social, and environmental aspects, which have a global perspective. We export water. When we export soy, we are also exporting water. When we export aluminium, we are also exporting energy. So there's an environmental issue there. But also there are local conflicts or local injustice that are really, really important here. And again, I can't see Julia yet. So I would disagree with her idea and what she said about from back idea that pollution is democratic. No, I think it's not. I tend to follow more the idea from political ecology, right? And that environment impacts are not democratic. There are differences between people who are living there in Conceição do Mato Dentro and Congonhas who cannot move out of that pollution, and we who are here who don't live there, of course. And if we were there, we maybe could change place or change place. So there's something there that's strong, and we should bring that on our research. All these inequality dimensions when talking about sustainability. And apart from that, science for with whom? Something that we talk a lot with some of the social movements. Like, I don't know the better word for the poor, for the vulnerable, for the minorities. It doesn't matter. But important, if there is inequality, there's something that gain, a few that gain, and many, or sometimes a few that lose. How much do they lose, and how can you help them in improving life? I think, I'm not sure if I was kind of influenced by half a minute by Paz de Barros' speech yesterday about how you have all the Bolsa Família and the cash transfer programs which focus on who needs more. So maybe we should think and consider who are the groups who need more science, and not as an object, I will do science and help them and change them, but science with them. How we empower these people to make science with us and help us making a science that really matters. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dean. I'm sorry you missed Medina, but you did a good work for us. So now I ask Ana Maria Para to give the presentation.
Very much.
Try the other.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah.
I enjoyed very much Bruno's talk. I very much agree with what he has just said. And just to answer his observation regarding Julia's observation on risk being democratic, I would say that Ulrich Beck's said so in his first book, published in German in 1986, but he was changing his mind. He has been changing his mind, and in a book called World at Risk, published I think in 2008, he talked about risk and power, and he said also that those terms are tangled, and you cannot talk about risk without talking about power, and that sometimes national borders help make invisible the risks that are exported. We are exporting risks from countries to countries, and from the present generation to future generations when we don't solve environmental problems. So I very much agree with Bruno's comment. Well, and our presentations are in a perfect dialogue. I would say that he talked about this: protest against mining, against GMOs, against dams, against nuclear technology, against oil extraction, particularly fracking, but kinds of oil extraction, against risky industries. So I would say that Latin America is going through a cycle of environmental protest using the terminology. But you weren't here before. Sorry. Were you? Sorry. Okay. Sorry. That Latin America is going through a cycle of environmental protest, that is the coincidence of protests that have a focus on the environment. And I will also make a comment regarding the word sustainability, which I won't use, because it is a word that this author, John Drysack, who says about sustainability that it happens with this word the same that happens, or a very similar situation that happens with the word democracy. Everyone is for it, but everyone is trying to define it in his or her own terms, using his or her own values and interests. Okay, so I use the word controversy, but conflict is okay to me, but I use the word controversy because I studied with Dorothy Nelkin. He talked about controversies, this kind of controversies, and she said that controversies arise when citizens in a community become aware that they must bear the costs of a project that will benefit a different or a much broader audience, that is the case with open mining, or out of fear of potential health and environmental hazard, open mining too, involve questions of freedom of choice when government regulates. But the issue of freedom of choice is important, and when science and technology are perceived to flaunt traditional values. Okay, this is a definition that goes back to actually the 70s, not the 80s. This is the second edition of her book. So why focus on controversies? Because we can see that we can see controversies as pathological cases that where you can see as what happens with biomedicine, how the normal functioning, what normal functioning does not allow you to see. The complexities, the dynamics, and the many actors involved in the technological development. If you study and you focus on controversies, you will identify new issues, new perspectives, and you will have to develop new theoretical frameworks. They are very interesting because they induce the interaction between natural and social scientists, between lay and experts, between thinkers and doers, and between local, international, transnational actors. And they help to open up the decision-making processes regarding technologies, facilities, and natural resources exploitation, contributing to democratization. And I understand here democratizations as more people taking part in decision-making processes. Well, this is what we have been talking about. There are lots of technical and environmental controversies in Latin America in relation to technologies, facilities, or the exploitation of natural resources, socially and environmentally risky projects, many times related to transnational projects. Social actors articulate networks with the transnational reach most times. Different protests get connected. This is a cycle of environmental protest. Many times with transnational reach, Latin America as a cycle of environmental protest. It's some of the cases. I mean, the focuses of the controversies, and I highlighted uranium and lithium mining because that kind of mining had to do with technological change due to climate change. So, in order to solve a global problem, we are creating local programs all over the world, particularly in Latin America. Regarding lithium, there's a triangle of lithium between Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. A large portion of the lithium more easily available in the world, the lithium that is needed for batteries for electric or hybrid cars, lies in a triangle in these three countries. And there are protests already. And uranium, of course, regarding nuclear technology. So it is interesting to see that when you try to solve a problem, we are creating new problems, and many times elsewhere. Okay, this is just the traditional framework of contentious politics and social movements. This is for social scientists and for natural scientists to show you that there is a lot of theoretical work already done regarding this this kind of issues. This is about social movements and everything that is that you find in the literature on social movements and contentious politics applies to what is going on in Latin America. But I will focus more on what science and technology studies offer us. Since the 1970s, science and technology studies have been working on this kind of controversies. So you have, for example, a lot of theorization, a lot of research done regarding the difference between the perception of risk by lay people and what is risk assessment by experts. There's a lot of divergence there, and there's a lot of explanation regarding why it happens. And many times when we talk about communicating, we are talking about this kind of different views. There's rationality too, there's emotion, but there's also rationality regarding perception of risk. This guy, Paul Slovic, has identified the frightening characteristics, the characteristics of a technology that raise the risk perception. For example, catastrophic potential. Catastrophic potential, such as the one that you will find in nuclear technology, is a characteristic of the technology. It is not in people's mind. I mean, the possibility that technology could cause an accident that would kill lots of people is a characteristic of a technology. Then there's a lot of theorization regarding site in dispute, the issue of not in my backyard. But when you have people that are affected by a facility or a technology, whose houses, whose means of living are affected by a technology or a facility, of course, people tend to mobilize against it. Well, there's a theorization regarding social amplification of risk and a complementary theorization regarding attenuation of risk. And what is social amplification of risk? It's okay, nothing happens, it's just a project and people are going crazy. Okay, what happened with the pulp mills controversy between Argentina and Uruguay. But there's also attenuation of risk, and as we saw yesterday, young people are dying, not just in Brazil, but in most of Latin America because of car accidents, and we don't react to that. So this is a case of attenuation of risk. Well, that's the matter of risk communication, not just from the promoters of the project to the ones that could be affected by it, but also from the ones that could be affected by it to promoters and regulators. And many times we don't talk about this. There are conflicts of interest regarding the expertise that is used. There's a lot of theorization on conflict of interest. I didn't mention any author because there's so much written about it. Well, the whole theorization work on resistance to technology and technical controversies. Popular epidemiology, Bruno talked about this. People complaining about health problems, but statistical epidemiology says nothing is happening. There's no more cancer, no more abortion, no more lung problems, etc. There's this these different views, and popular epidemiology is usually when people go house by house asking, but you have a daughter with cancer, etc. That is popular epidemiology. And then this the question of knowledge created and knowledge non-created, and what about the non-production of knowledge? This is the definition of undone science, and this is particularly the non-production of knowledge regarding this kind of controversies. Undone science has been defined as the systematic non-production of knowledge, specifically the absences of knowledge that could have helped the social movement or other civil society organization to mobilize the intellectual resources needed to confront, and this is exactly what Bruno was talking about, needed to confront an industrial and or political elite that, from the perspective of the challenging organization, is supporting policies that are not broadly beneficial either to the general society and the environment or to historical different power groups. Because elites set agendas, this is the rationale behind this. Because elites set agendas for both public and private funding sources, and because scientific research is increasingly complex, technology-laden, and expensive, there is a systematic tendency for knowledge production to rest on the cultural assumptions and material interests of privileged groups. Okay, so just to go deeper in the problem of the non-production of knowledge, which I think is it's my contribution to this dialogue between social scientists and natural scientists, although I think this applies to both groups of scientists. Let's go deeper in the three theorizations regarding ignorance and the non-production of knowledge. This is what Beck and Wellen have written regarding this issue. They ask, are the limits of knowledge routinely and tacitly neglected or tacitly denied, or are they openly admitted and taken into account? How is ignorance or non-knowledge to be understood and communicated? As a merely temporary information deficit, or as a persistent and even irreducible inability to know? Are we faced with known unknowns or with completely unknown and unforeseeable unknowns? And they talk about the politicization, the inevitable politicization of not knowing, because there's a limit to what we know, to what we can know. So they talk about the unawareness of not knowings, because, and this is particularly seen in these cases, science can never guarantee that the search for unknown effects is complete. So the gap is filled with regulation. So we put a limit to the kind of risk, a risky chemical that can be, residues of pesticides, or a limit to exposure to radiation. But this is very contentious because there's a gap that is filled with interpretation. There's the intentionality of not knowing. Sometimes we don't want to know, because if we have certain data, we will have to act accordingly. And there's the issue of temporality of persistence of not knowing. Critics of technologies point at the enduring unknowability, and supporters of technology assume the relevant gaps are mostly specifiable and can be overcome. This is one theorization. Then there's another theorization by Robert Proctor, who talks about agnotology and says that he wants to question the naturalness of ignorance, its causes and its distribution, and to stress the historicity and artifactuality of not knowing, and the potential fruitfulness of studying this. And he talks about 4 kinds of ignorance: as a native state, as a lost realm or selective choice, as a strategy ploy or active construct. And there's all this discussion about what the industry is doing, creating doubts that and asking for sound science when regulation when the government or certain social groups ask for more regulation. Then there's, of course, military secrecy. And there crisis of virtuous ignorance, things we don't want to know or to do because we find a society that there's moral aspect to it that is not good. And then there's this third theorization by Matthias Gross, who talks about other categories and who thinks about the dynamics of knowing and non-knowing and knowing. He talks about nescience, lack of any knowledge, prerequisite for a total surprise beyond any type of anticipation. If we think of climate change, it is totally an unintended, unpredicted effect of industrialization. Then there's ignorance, he says, and it has to do with knowing about the limits of knowing. So when we recognize that air pollution causes climate change, the same with the ozone layer, and he mentions the example of the first attempts to eradicate malaria. Then he talks about when you already know that you don't know, you put that non-knowing into you can or cannot put that non-knowing into your plans. Then he talks about negative knowledge, and this is the kind of knowledge that the intentional non-knowledge, the things we don't want to know, because if we do, for example, if we do research that connects energy consumption, water consumption, and jobs created regarding different industries, the World Bank wouldn't be able to promote mining for Latin America as it did during the 90s, because it consumes lots of energy, it consumes lots of water, and it creates very few jobs. If you have that data, if you produce that data, you won't be able to promote mining for the region. and extend the new knowledge. Based on planet, you produce more knowledge and can lead to new ignorance by uncovering limits of gained knowledge. So, to sum up, all these three theorizations regarding non-knowing are illuminating to us and could make us think about uncertainty, about known unknowns and unknown unknowns or unforeseeable unknowns, to reflect on goal and interest. Do we want to know? To reflect on matters of status that usually have to do with promoters, and trust that usually have to do with what critics say, matters of interpretations regarding standards and regulation, matters of science policy and funding, what research do we do and who pays for it, and temporality. Are we doing research on what is not known? I mean, filling the gaps or not, once we have discovered them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. Now I call our third speaker, André Portela. I want to thank him for the effort he made to be here. He was scheduled for yesterday, couldn't, but managed somehow to get here today. Thank you very much. Okay. We have to put his presentation in the computer because he just came from the airport. Originally, André was scheduled to talk yesterday in our first section when we stressed social problems, but now I think that he fits well in this discussion as well. Yeah, fits together, yeah.
Good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to thank Lisa for inviting me, having been here to present and discuss these issues with you all. And as I was telling you, Elisa, now I was wondering, oh, I'll talk about poverty, and the topic was conflict. But actually, I was happy that Bruno finished talking about poverty, so I'll take the lead from there. But Anna also talked about knowing, not unknowing, and knowledge, which has to do with how we define and what we want to measure poverty. But anyway, so what I prepared to discuss with you all actually is bringing to, probably most of you know, but bringing one stream of the economic literature and development economics, which is the axiomatic approach to poverty. So there is some group of development economists that have been, it's a long tradition, but has been now being very, very rich discussion given the new availability of data, computers, big data, etc. So it became very, very interesting discussion on how to measure poverty. And then it comes first then how to define poverty and then how to measure. And how philosophically you construct these measures. And I think this is one part of very important contribution of economics and general social science to the general discussion and how we want to live our lives, basically, and how we can inform our decisions as a society as a whole, which comes the knowing and not knowing of Anna. So let's scrutinize everything that we're doing. Let's have criteria and discussion and what values we are imposing or selecting when we decide to make policy choices. Why I'm doing that? Because I don't know, probably Ricardo yesterday presented some great figures of Brazilian economy evolution in poverty and inequality. I know most of you are here, so I'll start with that motivation. And I don't know. Well, probably you all know there is this huge, not anymore debate, probably much settled, that Brazilian income inequality has decreased for the last 15 years. And income poverty in Brazil, which I define later, has decreased as well. And 2 points I would like to highlight. First, that this new, let's say, this new middle class has bring lots of change in the debate, the public debate in Brazil about provision of public goods, environment, access to public service, etc., etc. But first thing, we have observed in many other developing countries the following pattern: some economic growth, per capita GDP growth, which varies across countries. You have Brazil, Chile, China, India, Mexico, South Africa. Between 1996 2010, the per capita GDP growth per year, and associated with a decrease in income poverty. And here to make things comparison across countries, I use the poverty line defined by the World Bank, which is $2 a day. People that live with an income that is less than $2 a day. And then you can see that Brazil, Chile, China, India, Mexico, South Africa, more or less, but all also experience a decrease in their income poverty rate. But what is very interesting for our recent movement in Brazil is, since we have data from 1997, sometimes we can use the 60s as well with our partial census, demographic census in 1960. But since we have data from 1970, it's the first time we experience 3 co-movements: per capita GDP growing, poverty declining, and inequality declining. In the 70s, we Brazilians experienced economic growth, declining poverty, and increasing inequality. In the 80s, no growth, increasing inequality, and a bit decrease in poverty. In the 90s, a bit increase in growth, not much, but a reduction in poverty and a stable inequality. And now in the 2000s, and recently, let's say until 2010, since economic growth now has a little bit slowed down, but economic growth, inequality decrease, and poverty decrease. So first thing to say is that conceptually, for economists that try to measure these things, inequality and poverty are distinct things. Okay. Briefly saying, one thing is how much income I have relatively to other people. So I have 2 times more income. The other thing is how much income I can, with the level of income that can help me command goods and services. So it means the level of my material well-being. Okay? So it's, one thing is, I used to say in general to my students, which is of course not your case, but I think it's a very good example. Which society is more unequal? The people living in Manhattan or the people living in Cairo? Manhattan is much more unequal. But of course, there are much more poor people in Cairo than in Manhattan. So I think this gives them an idea what I'm going for. Anyway, so that is the experience. But then, how we define this type of poverty in general, and our Secretary of Strategic Affairs, which I also belong to the group that helped to define what the poverty line, what we define middle class. So in parts, I subscribe to all this, but which now I want to challenge. So I feel a bit comfortable challenging with that because I subscribe to that as well. But let's say not challenge, but improve it. So it looks more qualitative. Right? But anyway, so how it works? And many countries do the same, we do the same, etc. When you want to measure poverty, we do it in a very simple way. We choose one dimension, income. And income can be measured in many ways. The way we choose, and most of the countries do, United Nations does sometimes, and World Bank, etc. We define a household as a common core of people, and we calculate, we sum up the income of every individual in the household. And if there's a child, no income, 0. And then we divide by the number of people in that household. That measure we call per capita family income. And that is the main measure that we gonna use to calculate poverty, inequality, how poor. There are less poor in Brazil now. There are less inequality in Brazil now, in this single dimension, per capita income. So if you do that, and these are the thresholds used by the Secretary of Strategic Affairs to define what would be extreme poor, vulnerable, lower, middle class, upper middle class, etc. Those are the values in monthly per capita income. So in 2011, what would be extreme poor individual? An individual that his or her per capita family income is equal or below 91 reals per month, which is, I think, is everybody would agree that's very low. You can argue it could be 80 or 100, but it's very low. Then the discussion comes, what would be middle class, would be, etc., etc. But given these measures, what we observe, given these measures, then we have a decrease in extreme poor. The percentage was 14% in 2001 to 6% in 2011. And then what we put middle class, then people is here, there. But anyway, the fact that we have more people here in the middle. Okay, now comes my point to discuss with you all today. Okay. All right, but what is being poor? And there is this tradition among development economists of defining poverty from a narrow sense like that, low income. So insufficient income. And insufficiency of income can be still very arbitrary, right? What would be considered a satisfactory level of income that would be, a person would be considered non-poor? So there are there's in the literature lots of suggestions for that. The one that comes only, so you need income that's sufficient to buy food that is enough to command calories, so you do not die. So this is a very low level of income. And others, no, you have to have income that commands goods and services that would be considered in a given context a non-poor person. So would include access to some goods and services that, for instance, nowadays perhaps even access to mobile phones. But anyway, so there is so all these concepts of poverty, I think we can organize the discussion in 3 dichotomies. One is this unidimensional versus multidimensional poverties. So in the case, when you look on income, which is the case of our definition of that I said before. But if poverty can be thought of as a social phenomenon that encompasses many dimensions, which in a way we can use the concept of Amartya Sen as capabilities, as a lack of capabilities. And individuals, what is a capability? It's the abilities individuals have to function well in society in order to live their lives they value for. So it implies many dimensions, not only income. I'll give an example, being illiterate. Being illiterate is associated with low income because you cannot generate enough income in the labor market, for instance. But in itself, it's a lack of a capability, access to information, access to, well, you can think of many cases that in itself being literate would be considered a person being poor in an education dimension. Think about health dimensions and others. So I would stretch even, we could think about even access to markets. The example Bruno said, well, somebody cannot move out, right? Access to credit to be able to buy a house to move out. Access to political power, empowerment, for instance. So depends on the dimensions we want to consider, we can broaden and increase the dimension of poverty. So that is the first dichotomy. Then the second one, which is related, is about transient and permanent poverty, or short or long run poverty. When you're looking at income, even our measures we use here on income, we can measure somebody's poor this month, but not poor next month. Become unemployed, then become employed again, etc. So there's a lot of movement in and out of poverty. But given the fact that measuring through income, we are reducing our extreme poverty, now other dimensions of poverty becomes more important, and we, particularly literacy, for instance, or access to good health service, etc., which in this case lead us to think of, well, what are the dimensions that could actually make a person poor his or her whole life? One thing is having a shock, negative shock in your life that you have enough capability to make up with that and then recover later on. But others, no, and then you may remain poor in several important dimensions to live a good life. So that's what we call a long run of permanent poverty. And of the third dimension we discuss relative and absolute poverty, which is relative and absolute in terms of, okay, the example I gave in Manhattan and Cairo. A relative poverty would be, okay, I have half the income of somebody else, but the one I'm comparing, somebody has 1 million a month. Another thing is to be poor in absolute terms. And the literature discusses which types of measures should have. I will focus on the absolute. I'm afraid I will keep track of the time. Okay, I have 5 minutes. Okay, so I have to rush. Okay, so why should you have poverty measures in this? And I think this literature of poverty measure helps the dialogue between social and natural science. Because in practice, it's already there. It has a lot of indicators for public policies. It's used for targeting specific groups, setting goals, evaluating the success of federal policy implemented. Needless to say, well, let's look at the example of our Bolsa Familia. 13 million families, almost 40 million people. The criteria is extremely poor, 70 reals per month in 2010. Now it's just updated with inflation. And if you're poor, 140 per month, and that's it. So it's our per capita income criteria that is there. So it's already in place. But more than that, we want to evaluate and compare the well-being of societies across time, across group, across regions. And building indicators, I think, is a great exercise, and in an open discussion, it's a great exercise to make choices. What values we wanna give priority in our policies? What dimensions we wanna consider? What the weights of each dimension? What we wanna this policy reflect, which we should include in our measures. So these efforts of making indicators and make them explicit is that we impose for a choice for us and make this choice what the criteria of the choice and what's the choice open to the debate. So I think this axiomatic approach of of poverty is very good because they do exactly that. What do you want with an axiomatic approach? We just want to make statements like that. Country A is poorer than country B, for instance. So we want to make measures that somehow there is some agreement of the broader properties of this measure. So I'll go quick with then one of the measures that now which I think we have is the multidimensional poverty index developed by Alkire and Foster. These are authors, particularly James Foster, that has been doing this for more than 30 years. But there's many more people involved with this. But I chose this particular one, which I think is good for this debate between social science and natural science and how we would introduce new dimensions, etc. So I'll be very quick now in introducing this. I will not give too much, then I'll skip all this, but I'll explain you all in an example there. So suppose, first thing, we have to make some agreements on what the dimensions of poverty we want to consider. Income, education, health, access to service, or whatever you want, empowerment on the decisions, etc., etc., etc. So we have to choose dimensions. Once you chose these dimensions, we have, in a way, to choose how to measure these dimensions, indicators for these dimensions, and to define what would be a deprivation in this dimension. For instance, if you pick a dimension income, what would be considered a deprived person? For instance, a person that has family per capita income below 70 euros per month. For instance, we have to define cut-off levels. For instance, education can consider somebody that is illiterate or not. That's easy. But political voice, how would you measure that? That then becomes more complicated. But once you have decided dimensions, and the cutoffs should say from there below you are deprived in that dimension or not. Once we agreed with that, then there's another agreement we have to make. So we have to make dimensions agreement, cutoff level agreement to consider deprived or poor or not poor, and then the agreement how we aggregate it all. Which weights we do, what the weights we do more, give more importance in our indicator for income than for health or etc. etc. That's another debate, but all has to be there. But the good thing is their proposal is a very simple proposal that I'll give I'll give just an example here that I'll show you the numbers. So here just for an example. So I will consider 3 dimensions of being poor: standard of living, education, health. Could be much more. This is just to illustrate. And suppose that for standard of living, I have available information on 6 indicators. The quality of the household, material walls, material of the walls, if it's a brick wall or not, if the household has access to public water or not, there's access to electricity, etc. For instance, education, when you pick 2 on, if the individual live in a household where the head of the household is illiterate or not, or if at least has 1 child between 5 and 12 years old not enrolled in school. And for health, since we're using the Brazilian household surveys, we don't have very good indicator in health, but I want to stick with just 1 data source. So we chose some indicator of child mortality, and there is some information on child mortality there within the household. So, okay, so I would consider poor, being poor, all this these would be our 3 dimensions. So we have to choose between which importance in each dimension I'll give, which I'll consider more or less, and how I will aggregate all this in 1 single index. So there are basically 3, let's say, we could think 2 extreme approaches. One is, I would consider a poor person if a person is deprived in at least 1 dimension. So if I have there 3 dimensions, you just be deprived in 1, I will consider you poor. Another would be the intersection approach. You are only considered poor if you are deprived in all the dimensions I have. And of course, let's just say that you can have a compromise, but again, going to be some ad-hocness here, which, okay, I will consider poor if a person is deprived in k dimensions, which is somewhere between 1 and the total dimensions. Okay, so that's another social choice, intersubjective choice you have to make among us. But when we agreed with all, and with the properties that this index has to have, and I will not go with all of them, but just saying that, well, has to be an index that somebody becomes more deprived, this index goes up. If somebody becomes, less deprived, this index goes down. Has to be an index that has to be comparable across society, so we have to normalize by population. So there is this simple but important properties to make them comparable. When you do that, so I'll show you the numbers to Brazil that we did recently, considering these 9 indicators, and we grouped in 3 dimensions. So for each dimension, we're going to get the same weights: 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 in our case. And a person going to be considered poor if it is in at least one of that, okay, in our dimension. And here, look how the figures change a bit. For the per capita income, in 1996, we have 24% of poor, 9%, 4%. Now, of course, we increase the dimensions. We have 30%, 21%, and 15%. So good thing is poverty in adding these 3 dimensions is going down, as were the other ones. But of course, the levels of poverty is higher because now I'm considered a poor, for instance, an individual that lives in a household where the head is illiterate. So of course, we still have some of these people here. And of course, the Northeast has more poor than multidimensional poor than the other regions, in the Southeast. And anyway, but the evolution across the 3 years has been similar to all regions, all falling down. And also we can look at separate dimensions, for instance, only the schooling dimension, only the health dimension, or the living standard dimension. And for each dimension separately, let's get schooling is going down, living standards going down, and the poverty and health dimension also is going down. But you can see it's still high. We still have, let's say, in the case of we still have more than 10% of Brazilian population living in a household where they have this is little. And we know this is very strongly associated with health outcomes, etc., etc., etc. Anyway, final considerations. I will skip the first 2 that we have seen, and I want to then conclude that perhaps this literature in which makes this axiomatic approach to poverty, and particularly this multidimensional poverty discussion, could be very fruitful and measure long-run poverty in contexts like Brazil, where we lack final data that follows families across generations, that you could see, okay, who are consistently poor, what are the dynasties that are consistently poor. And here, with this just cross-section data from household surveys, we can have good figures of that. But more than that also, when you open this for more dimensions, it brings us all together to make our choice, what would be our priorities in resource allocation, particularly on resource allocation. And this would be good indicators for that. Anyway, that was my advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. Now we have a few minutes for discussion. 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah, come here so that you, yeah, 3 of you come here so that you follow the questions.
Well, I'd like to congratulate the 3 speakers for the interesting and very comprehensive presentations. My question is for Professor André Portela, because, for instance, the multidimensional poverty measures has declined in Brazil. There is no doubt. Okay. However, if we define, for instance, the income of this so-called middle class, the amount of the income they get in comparison with, for instance, a Latin American standard country, we could mention, let's say, Ecuador, Bolivia, Peru, and a developed country like the United States. How is vis-a-vis compared the income here in the middle class with the income in one of these standard Latin American countries and a developed country like the United States, for instance?
Let us collect 2, 3 questions and then.
Falar? Permita-me falar em português, estamos no Brasil, né? Eu sou Austenberg, da COP. Eu anotei algumas observações, quer dizer, são 3 apresentações com temas distintos. Com relação ao primeiro, eu diria o seguinte, tá? Nós vivemos hoje um modelo atual está se esgotando, né? Isso já disse Israel Clabin, várias pessoas falam isso, ou seja, existe aí uma divergência entre crescimento sustentável e proteção do meio ambiente. Então, a questão é como equilibrar isso, tá?
E isso entra em conflito, tá? Então, acho que não existe tecnologia aplicável a grandes escalas da sociedade atualmente, em dimensões que a sociedade está disposta a pagar, tá certo? Vou citar alguns exemplos, tá? Alguns cases de Brasil, tá? Por exemplo, a gente perde 5 a 8% do PIB urbano só em congestionamento, tá? Uma outra característica do Brasil, a média mundial de ocupação em cidades mundial é 50, 54%. O Brasil tem uma característica que 85% da população urbana reside em ambiente urbano, tá? E estudos já feitos por várias entidades americanas dizem que cidades acima de 500 mil habitantes, você não consegue prover todos os serviços de saúde, educação, energia, de uma forma com qualidade de vida, tá? Então, tem aí um tema amplo para discussão, gostaria de ouvir o comentário da mesa. Com relação à última apresentação, a pergunta é, não, quer dizer, tem os indicadores de pobreza, mas eu falaria o seguinte, qual o Brasil que a gente está falando? Do norte, do nordeste, do sudeste? O Brasil é um país continental que apresenta diversas distorções, temos cidades como São Paulo, Rio Grande do Sul, que tem elevado índice de renda e comparável até aos países mais evoluídos. Tá? E com relação à pobreza, quer dizer, a questão é educacional, capacitação humana. Como você faz com que esse número que mostrou nos gráficos tenham mais renda, tá? Não é através de Bolsa Família, acredito eu. Tá? A gente tem que capacitar essas pessoas a ingressar numa sociedade mais desenvolvida, mais moderna, aí sim eles podem se inserir no contexto produtivo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Sorry. I have two questions. Ana Maria, when we talk about not knowing, the discussion about not knowing, there is also, I believe, a component of ideologically not knowing and not wanting to know, and the discussions about climate change, and I came across a paper that was discussing how in the United States people who vote for Republicans tend to not take the evidence for climate change as they believe the scientific evidence for climate change, while Democrats tend to not believe scientific evidence related to GMOs. So how ideology also impacts on not knowing. And another question for Andre Portela about the measurement of illiteracy. Because illiteracy, depending on how you measure it, it can be more of also a multi-dimensional variable that would complicate your model. And if you take it just binary, and if it's binary, if it's self-declared, I am illiterate, I'm not, or is it about schooling? And then how do you solve that? So how much that is a policy, really policy relevant indicator, depending on how do you actually measure that? Thank you.
Okay, I have a few more inscriptions, but I'll let them answer that, and then we take a second round. Same order, please. No?
Oh, yes, okay. Just to the first question, that was a general one, something that struck me, that you mentioned that a possible trade-off about conflict between sustainable growth and environmental protection. But you then talk about traffic jams and quality of life, which actually I wouldn't define environmental protection. You're bringing back to society. So I think that's what, and so we talk about, it's really, what is really important is that more and more when we talk about, we're not talking more about environment out there. Any environment we mention is about ourselves. So, and that's why I believe that bringing these things together, and I'll talk about, I'll mention again, environmental health, ecological economics are steps that science, or fields of science that try to brings this together. But there is still, I do believe that we haven't been able to overcome this trade-offs, as I mentioned, and that's a big challenge that we have.
Also regarding this, Ulrich says regarding risk society that it does not consist simply on considering that we will be faced with new risks in the future, but with the risks we could have decided on. So there are not ready-made answers or solutions to the conflict between development and environmental impact, but we will have to decide. So it's better if more people have a say in the decision, at least as a principle.
Okay. First, about the middle class thing. I think defining poverty is already complicated. Imagine defining middle class. I agree with you. But okay, but going straight to your answer is, what is defining middle class? Again, could be in absolute or in relative terms. Okay? So within Brazil, it was defined in absolute terms. The people has income around the middle of our income distribution. So was that cutoff we had there. But of course, these people has much less income than an average American or an average Englishman or person. So because basically they have a much higher per capita GDP than Brazilians, than us. So if you compare across, actually it would be a very interesting experience. Imagine if you were able to get the whole world's entire income distribution and where the Brazilians would be located across this whole distribution. So probably we would have very few people in the actual middle distribution of the, actually no, we're going to be exactly in the middle, because Brazilians are in the middle income, but we have some poor people. So it depends on the reference. So to answer your question, then in the case of for Brazil, our middle class is much more poor than the middle class in US. If you say the middle class, the person around the middle income in US. Comparatively to Latin America, let's start with our per capita GDP. We are more or less the average of the region. We are below Chile. Chile is amazingly greater than others, but we are above Ecuador. We are above, what else? We are above Peru. Peru is growing, actually. Peru is reaching us. But what differs us from the others, although it has been less differential nowadays, is that because this recent 15 years decrease in inequality, we are become less unequal, but for a comparable level of income of other countries, we still have an excess inequality, let's say. The inequality in Ecuador, in the others, income inequality, okay, now that I'm talking about interdimensional poverty, the dimensional income, we have a higher dispersion of the distribution of income than the other countries. So, and because of this higher dispersion, that's why we have still a big number of poor people. Even if you say 6-7% of our population, 6-7% of 200 million people. I'm slow now calculating this. So if it were 10%, it would be 20 million. So 10 million, 12 million poor people. I don't know if it answers you, but anyway. So about the regional heterogeneity in education, definitely the heterogeneity for sure. We are very heterogeneous one, but I like this discussion because it poses important political decisions. Who gonna tax? How gonna distribute this? Should people from Rio pay more, be taxed more, and give more income from people to, I don't know. I don't know. I should have picked another example, right? I don't want to make anybody. But anyway, so you say from my state to Bahia, which I don't know if it's true, if there is a transfer. But anyway, so but it poses this question. It's very heterogeneous. What we can do now is the available data. Every 10 years, we have an available data to do at the municipality level calculation of these things. So there we have a very good map and figure, a snapshot of our heterogeneity. More than that, now with the PNAD continua, probably we're going to have with more often across region, urban states and urban and rural. But then we can apply this index to different regions, etc. But I want to go back to education. Definitely, the main, if you could single out one dimension, which if illiterate is complicated to define, imagine education. But if you could, let's go by approximation. Let's pick a dimension education, whatever it is. If you could, let's pick years of schooling, for instance. Okay, if you could pick one indicator that's strongly associated with poverty and ability to generate income in the labor market, is years of schooling. It correlates a lot. Correlates everywhere in the world, but it correlates here strongly. But what really comes back to multidimensional poverty is the fact that Brazil has another very, very interesting characteristic, which I think is sad, but anyway, nonetheless, is us, is the fact that the best predictor of an individual's level of education is his or her parents' level of education. This is true everywhere in the world where we have data, but is much stronger among us. Why is that? I always ask myself, why is that? Well, I could think a good story or a bad story. A good story is our parents are very good in educating our kids, right? A bad story is how bad our schools are, how bad society are treating people that were unlucky or unfortunate. I don't know if I can say that, because but at least in the education dimension, being born in a family that the parents are illiterate. Their fate are, their destiny are such. So the agenda, I think, for this is exactly education and equality of opportunities, and which means investing since the beginning. But then the question back to you, what do you do with adult illiterate now? We're going to give them up? I think we need policy to them as well. And so the cash transfer programs are very important to, one, find who are they. So it's very good to have a very good low level of income threshold to become eligible to Bolsa Família or not. Because then we find the very poor people, and from there we can offer the service. But that's be our choice. But anyway, and finally, and I was taking too long, right? In literary matters. Short answer for you. The answer from PNAD, from Brazilian Household Survey, and which is a self-declaratory, do you know how to read and write? So with all the problems, that is there. But your question is great, because pose exactly what you should do when you want to make indicators. How you want to measure dimension of education? Is it important? What a good indicator that will reflect that? Let's bring this to discussion, right? So the one I can show to everybody now is only this. Do you know how to read it?
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to answer Ernesto's question regarding the. In my presentation, I focused on the production or non-production of knowledge, not so much on how you receive the knowledge already produced. And I will, but there was one word regarding your question, and it was trust. Trust.
Okay, and we are short of time. I'll ask the three last questions to be very short. You have, yeah.
Good morning, I'm Sandro Valcanero from Vale. I'm also an engineer. And I want to congratulate the panel for the explanations and views. And I think this is a very timely discussion, because in mining companies around the world are facing very strong challenges in addressing the problems that you have exposed here, the conflicts. And I think that we need to set up an agenda for this discussion, because the engineers, they need the help of anthropologists and sociologists to help them address properly, giving away the arrogant attitude that you have correctly mentioned. So, because in time short, I have one doubt that Ana Maria mentioned about the world support to mining projects, because you appear to have mentioned that it doesn't employ too many people. Vale alone employs more than 200,000 people in the world. So,
louder, please.
Vale alone employs
Yes.
more than 200,000 people in the world. So the mining companies, they employ a lot of people and they require a lot of technology. Whereas people sometimes think that it's just digging a hole and loading carbon. There's a lot of technology, and we need that to address the problems that you have also mentioned here. So congratulations.
Well, I would like to make a question for each one of you, starting more left. I heard a lot about money, income, to make a value of a human living. And I would like to know if it's not time to change our paradigms. And just to see the example of Costa Rica, that probably they have low income, and I would like to know if happiness is in account of this. For a second speaker, I would like to ask if these people were at Mato Alto, if they that were really disturbed by the industrial production, mining, if they had in their homes any kind of industrial products, or if in their home they have industrial materials that were made in other mining or situations that could cause any damage for other people's lives. And in your case, we talk here about the right and the safety of the knowledge and GMOs and any other things. And I would like to know if the law says that any knowledge has a lack of safety and this real knowledge of the bad effects that it has. And I would like to know if we take it as account in the very hard way, what should we have done with penicillin or with the polio vaccines? Science, pardon me. Just would like to hear your comments about that.
Okay, please, very quick. Which one? Yeah, all the way, yeah.
So very quick. Methodologically, we can always increase one dimension. So you are making a claim. Let's make the dimension happiness. I didn't do that here. And quick things that there is actually a survey around the world, the survey values, value of life, right? That they ask how subjectively how happy you are, etc. In Brazil stands very well, by the way.
And, okay, my mic. I would get into. I apologize if on my talk I gave the impression that okay, let's close all the mines and mining is always bad. I didn't mean that. Okay, the point that we want to discuss, and that's the debate on the social movements who are discussing mining, is that how much mining do we need and in which circumstances, and that's the point. Okay, so there's a rush now for iron ore in Brazil. There was in the last couple of years, it's reducing now, and that are making us go into iron reserves that are not as good as the other ones we had. Okay, and that means a lot of not necessarily or extreme environmental and social impacts. So we talk about scale in time and scale in geography, and not necessarily not mining or mining. That's I don't want to get there. Okay, so we do need iron, yes. We do need gold, yes. But when should we do that mining and where should we do that mining? That's the question. That's what people want to have a say for. Okay, thank you.
Well, regarding the jobs, that's a very contentious issue regarding how much jobs an industry produces directly and indirectly. And particularly the mining industry does not want to share very generously the data they produce regarding job production, but also mostly regarding water consumption and energy consumption. So that's an issue in itself, by itself. And regarding if the people in the affected communities use or different materials or appliances that might have been risky to produce or to dispose, to final dispose. Of course, the question is regarding the distribution of risks and benefits. Sometimes, as I show you regarding the very first controversies that Dr. Nelke described, controversies have to do with the benefit for example, a nation regarding production of energy or mining, or the benefit for some people abroad. If you contrast the people mostly affected, for example, by mining projects, are not all by, for example, pulp mills, are not those who are using that much energy or that much materials, I mean, or that much paper. So it is about the unequal distribution of risks and costs and benefits. So that's the point. You don't have mining in Aspen, for example.
I apologize for the people who still want to talk, but we are behind schedule, so I suggest you take the opportunity to talk over the coffee break, which will take 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hi, hello. Oh, hello, I'm Andrea. Okay. Oh, I have it, but it's in my bag in the back.
Social.
Oh, that would be nice. Okay, I'll take my camera. Tô, claro.
Mas eu achei aqui.
Muito
boa. Mas muito boa. Eu fiz substituir você.
Eu te deixei num problema sério, hein? Desculpa.
Não, mas ficou muito bem. Não, essa apresentação aqui. Foi ótimo. Não, eu só queria fazer um exercício. Pensar assim, do ponto de vista quais são as relações modernas entre os irmãos e entre os cientistas e para definir onde os trabalhadores da não, você queria da questão agora o projeto Mais é uma coisa agora eu estou de baixo.
A beleza é uma coisa. Estética é uma coisa que você olha, por exemplo, o valor agregado de área na mineração maior do que na agricultura. O valor do produto, digamos assim, de uma área. Claro que em alguns lugares, Mas você fala mas, claro, valorizar isso. Todo o país culturalmente. A agricultura, se eu for nos Estados 50 anos, então, acho que aí o Brasil não é um caso. Mas eu acho que a gente tem que procurar algum desses dados que são os dados que tem. Você eu fui da foto toda a minha poder ser o pedestal, eu fui da foto
Alô, som.
No voy a hablar de eso. Eso lo habla en la pregunta. Yo sobre eso no trabajo. Eso es para la sesión. Here we don't sit up there. We come up when we're called.
No, pero si quieres, como just the three of us, we could sit and then you could change it. Okay. Okay. So,
Anthony Unesco. André, tenemos que decir,
siga. Otro. Ay, qué bueno. Ponga ahí el
1-1-1-1.
sí, ahí. Sí, qué maravilla.
One.
a program for adults. It has been carried out.
Let me. What do you want? He will do it when we start. Yeah.
Because it's a questionnaire.
Ele pede para alguém chamar o suporte técnico. Okay. So, still good morning for everybody. Okay, I think we have to wait a little bit and it's going.
Who speaks first?
Aqui, você. Ok? Você quer ir para lá depois?
Apparently, I'm first. Anthony, so
yeah, why don't you? Yeah. So, good morning again to everybody. It is my pleasure to chair this panel on science and politics in the context of Latin America and the Caribbean. We will have two panelists today, Ernesto Polpuk from the UNESCO Regional Office for Sciences of Latin America and the Caribbean, and Anthony Clayton from the University of West Indies. So I pass the floor to Ernesto Polpuk from UNESCO. You have 15 to 15, 20.
So 15 and a half.
15 and a half, yes.
Okay. Here I have even my own stopwatch.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure being here. Thank you really for the invitation to the Brazilian Academy of Science, to my friend Manuel Limonta for always keeping us in these discussions as UNESCO. I think I came with one idea for my presentation. Of course, after these discussions of yesterday and this morning, I would probably have prepared a different one. But well, it's done. I wanted to give first of all just to mention that I come personally. I trained in computer sciences at the Faculty of Sciences in the University of Buenos Aires, and then I have a master's in science, technology, and society at the University of Quilmes. So I feel that I have one foot on both sides of this equation of social and natural sciences. And in particular, since my interests are on science policy, science and technology policy, in particular, I look at the natural sciences from the social sciences point of view, a little bit in the same line as the discussions from the Science, Technology and Society colleagues here present, just like Julia, Ana Maria, and others, who brought in this perspective, which I think is one of the refreshing parts of this workshop, Manuel, and I congratulate you and the Academy, Elisa, and everyone about bringing together not only the communities of social scientists and natural scientists, but this kind of interface people that we are dealing from the science, technology, and society point of view with looking at the natural sciences and at the social sciences from a social science lens, as Alice would say. So, on the other hand, I will not talk a lot about UNESCO in general, and I must say that many of the issues that came up yesterday and this morning are very, very close to our to UNESCO's mandate and UNESCO's ethos, to say it somehow. In particular, there were quite a lot of mentions about ethics, which is another variable that we need to incorporate into this nature and society discussion. Issues about water, issues about biodiversity, oceans, human rights. So it's really, I really feel at home in this discussion. We say our mandate, our mission at UNESCO is based on this idea that since wars are created in the minds of men and women, it's in the minds of men and women that we have to avoid, construct the peace, really build peace. And so I think that mandate is very much in this discussion, and I'm really, I really value this opportunity. So thanks very much. Also, I must admit that since this session changed a little bit its configuration over time, I wasn't sure exactly how to really board the issue, and so I concentrated on more general issues about science policy in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is what I know about. So I said, well, at least I talk about something I'm better at. So let me just just briefly continuing Jose's presentation from yesterday, looking at Latin America out of the indicators, just very briefly. A few figures, a few maps. If we look at the R&D expenditure, R&D, research and development, for Latin America and the Caribbean, we can clearly see that while until the year 2000, there was not a clear tendency really on what was happening in the region, and every country had there was basically a stable situation about the effort the countries were doing. We can see what has been happening in the last 10 or 15 years, and how, in particular, Brazil drives up the figures for Latin America. Nevertheless, the other bigger countries in terms of spending, you can see them down there, just as an example. Mexico and Argentina also with a steady growth. When we look at the density of researchers in the region, a different type of perspective, the number of researchers per million inhabitants, the interesting or the worrying things are the light blue spots, where we still have a long way to go. No surprises there anyhow. And we, in a world where global R&D expenditure is growing, Latin America and the Caribbean is growing faster than the world. In the last decade, we went from 2.6% of the total in the world to 3%. So this is also important to take into account that our part in the world science is growing. And I remember when I was doing these presentations in a previous life before joining UNESCO, that I would talk about Latin America being 2% of the world. I would say that I was once in a session like this with a chief scientist from Australia, and he would say, we are 2%, Australia is 2% of the world, and I would say, well, yeah, Latin America and the Caribbean is also 2% of the world. So we're now 3% of the world. Not sure where Australia is now, but well, here you can see that at least we, as a region, from 1990 to the end of the first decade of the 21st century, we have been recovering a little bit of, or we have been gaining space in the regional, in the world of R&D. I didn't write this for Alice, but I will dedicate it to her. Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the regions where gender parity is either reached or very close to be reached in terms of the total number of researchers. Of course, this does not consider the career issues, which and other issues that go for different discussions and for which I don't have enough information, the scissor diagrams and all other types of discussions about the role of women in science. But it is important to notice that especially the South Cone, women and men are in parity in terms of the number of researchers. What are the causes for that is probably enough reason for a new workshop, so I will pass to the next slide. Since at one point this presentation was to be about legislation, I thought I'll give you an overview about the most recent legislations regarding science and technology in the different countries. And you can see that there is quite a bit of new legislation in the last 2 decades. If you look at the green and the red, that's from 2000 on. So many countries have renewed their legislation, and in some cases it's the first time there is a legislation about some of the issues. But all of the countries in Latin America except for Honduras have a law establishing the National Science and Technology Agency. Many have systems laws and innovation or scientific development laws. So the legal background is also there. We are spending more. We have more people. We also have established quite some laws. Yes, I know I have to go. I have to move. So what we did in the last, as UNESCO, what we did in the last few years in the middle of our budget crisis was to start to try to bring together governments and to understand what the mandate of the region was regarding how to work together for the development of science and technology. We also had a very interesting workshop with Ixu Rolac in Mexico in preparation of Rio +20 and some other activities that resulted in regional strategic action plan or something similar that is also embedded in a declaration to the World Science Forum last year. This was described also by, basically in its essence, by Luis Davidovich yesterday in his presentation. But basically there are a few pillars that organize our work regarding science and technology policies. This is of course very dynamic because interests and priorities change. So basically what we did as a first implementation of this mandate is to establish what we call some kind of information ecosystem for supporting science and technology policies. And in this center of this, I don't know, is this a pointer? Is a platform on a website which is there, and which we call SPIN, which is Science Policy Information Network or Information System. And basically, with a number of partners in dialogue with policymakers, we are producing now a number of reports, of thematic reports regarding these key issues, and also trying to advance in terms of really producing evidence base for the science policy making. A little bit following up on the discussion yesterday about evidence base for I don't know, crime and violence, and we had a few issues yesterday. Well, we also need evidence-based science policy making. So to reflect upon that, this is what our platform looks like on the web. There is down there the address for this. And basically what you can find there is a lot of information about the systems. There is not evaluation about what's going on, but there is information. So you can extract information about national plans, what the national science and technology systems look like, what all these laws that I made this table based on the information that is in the system. So you can check there and click and get into the law for in any of those laws for any of the countries in the region. So the legal framework, as I said, and then what is in the center of this system is the database of science policy instruments, which goes into what really the ministries are applying, what type of instruments they are putting in place to in the framework of science and technology innovation policies. So out of there you can, while you cannot analyze best practices because we are not cataloging them like that, you can compare practices and you can really design perhaps your policies based on what other people have already been doing. So we are preparing. Some of these are you see, and I didn't change it. It's there. We're preparing a number of reports based on this information. They are all on in our pipeline. But I will give you a few key things. Not before. I want to mention before anyhow the issues about scientific culture and the discussion on how in the agendas, based on the studies we're doing, how in the agendas of the science policy making, scientific culture is climbing that mountain where we have normally here innovation as the peak of our policy making objectives. More and more scientific culture is there. I didn't find a lady to climb, but I had to. But you know who does the tough work, you know. So. So there are a number of priorities that the ministries are bringing forward, and science, the development of a scientific culture is climbing that mountain and is getting higher and higher in the agenda. A little bit in a dialogue with Ana Maria and a few other people here that come from that community. Somebody else also mentioned the science communication as one of the big issues that are ongoing, and I think without what we're saying with scientific culture is kind of an umbrella term about which includes many different ways that it is called throughout the region. This is translation of ways. This is called the national plans for science and technology, and there are some other missing. Apropiación social. I didn't translate apropiación social because I couldn't find a proper English word for that, but there are many ways of calling this building a scientific culture, and so for that we have and this is kind of advertising. We work closely and we support the Red Pop, which is a network of for the popularization of science in Latin America and the Caribbean, and there we have quite a number of activities that go with the idea of science communication, and one of which is to analyze the science communication policies and I'm in 15 minutes, so I'll finish in 2 or 3. And so we have tried to establish some kind of radar footprint to show the different ways the public policy regarding building scientific culture is carried out in different countries. Yes. So you can see that the approaches are very different based on the different policies, and you can see you cannot see, and this is good for me because I can just make it up. This is the existence of legal framework about science communication. This is about is science, it's building a scientific culture in the objectives of the National Science and Technology Agency, and how big is it? This is about the national plan. Is this a chapter in the national plan or is it not? So there is always a 4-point scale here. Is there a specific fund to fund the scientific communication activities? Is there, or are there other specific instruments? Is there a specific program? Well, this is, we're still working on this, but basically the idea is if we have different countries do abort this problem in different ways, and we're trying to show that and to give countries the opportunity to look at other countries and say, oh, well, why don't we move that way? Quickly, another issue we're working on is mainstreaming, indigenous knowledge systems into science policies. Again, we have created a little bit of this same diagram, thinking about how indigenous knowledge is present in science and technology policies. I'm not talking here about the existence of indigenous knowledge in the countries or not, but about how national science and technology agencies interact with the issue of indigenous knowledge systems. So I think this is also a key issue, and it was mentioned. We discussed that yesterday with regarding the disaster risk reduction issue. So science education, we have established a community of practice. I won't go into these issues because I want to go here, which is the science for policy, which is another issue. This is my last, basically my last slide, or not the last slide, but almost, which is about the need for UNESCO also in this dialogue with ICSU to take into account the ideas of science for policy. And what we are bringing forward is the need for an institutionalization of that dialogue, and from the point of view of the policymakers. So how to establish institutionalized spaces for bringing scientific results, evidence to policymakers. And there, one of the activities that we're looking forward now is in November we will have the first of a series of most is the management of social transformation program from our social side. I come from the natural sciences sector at UNESCO. This is from our social sciences sector, and we will have for the first time a workshop with policymakers of the social policy around Ciencias y transformaciones sociales, science and social transformation. So talking from the science side to the social policy ministers. So this will be a very interesting and very innovative from our side, and very much complementary to these discussions today. Because we were discussing yesterday, I think with Heidi and Gordon, about when we talk about science for policy, if we only talk that to scientists, it's very, we might agree, but we need to go forward and talk to the policymakers. So we are having the ministries of social development or social policies there to talk from the science side. And registration is still open, so you're all invited to send in your papers and participate in this event, which will be very, very interesting. Muito obrigado.
Okay. Thank you very much for a very comprehensive and interesting talk about what UNESCO does in this area. And I give the floor to Anthony Clayton. Anthony, the floor is yours. Muy bien. Sí.
Good morning. Everybody asleep?
Yes.
Yes. Let me try that again. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good to know you're still awake. Now, I've been asked to talk a little bit about the relationship between science and social science. Obviously, there are some important similarities. By and large, good methodology is good methodology. However, there are also some very important differences between the two. In social science, we cannot always run controls. We frequently can't repeat experiments, and there are very pervasive problems with bias and misperception. And these all can have very serious consequences, especially when we're working on policy issues. So what I'd like to do now is talk in the first half of this presentation, talk about some of the problems that can and do arise. And I'd like to assure you that I personally have encountered every single one of the problems that I'm going to be talking about this morning. This is a very common one. We attribute causality. And what this means is we've spent a lot of money on trying to solve a particular problem, and the problem has got better. So we therefore conclude that it was our intervention that made the problem better. And politicians, of course, want to take ownership of successful programs. However, it is frequently the case that we can't find any evidence that it was actually that intervention that had the desired effect. So, for example, we spent a lot of aid money on this program, and the indicators moved in the right direction. Of course, what you find is that the indicators may have been moving anyway. As countries get richer, rates of infant mortality tend to fall anyway. So now we can't really attribute the fall in infant mortality to that particular intervention. So how much did we really achieve? It's remarkably difficult to find any good evidence that most aid programs actually work. Now, we're talking about $100 billion a year, and we actually can't find much evidence that any of it does any good. This is really quite remarkable. So we actually make this problem over and over again. One of the reasons for it is that, of course, there is this very human tendency to actually look for confirmation. So we're not looking for proof that a program is or is not working. We're only looking for proof that it is working. And of course, aid agencies do this a lot because they have to justify the money that they're getting. So they look for evidence that the program is actually being efficacious. Here's an example. Over the course of a 10-year period, thefts from homes in Scotland fell by 50%. Now, of course, the police said, well, this is, of course, due to the fact that we are being more efficient. And this seems quite a logical explanation. The only problem with that explanation is it wasn't true. It turned out that the reason why that this particular form of crime was going down was, in fact, imports from China, which had reduced the price of electrical goods by about 98%. So it simply wasn't worthwhile pursuing this particular form of crime. And all the money that we were spending on the police could have been spent on something else, because that was not what was actually solving the problem. Another very common problem, especially when you're working on issues which are sensitive, is the way that people respond emotionally rather than in terms of an actual assessment of risk. Here's an example. After the 9/11 incident, many US citizens decided that flying was a very high-risk activity, but they didn't stop traveling. What they would do is they would drive instead of fly. Now, the problem is that driving is actually much higher risk activity than flying. Every year in the US, about 44,000 people die in road accidents, while about 200 die in aircraft accidents. So per passenger kilometer, you're actually much safer in an aircraft than you are behind the wheel of your car. Of course, people don't feel in control when they're in an aircraft. They do feel in control when they're in a car, but their actual risk profile is dramatically increased when they get into the vehicle. In fact, flying is safer than taking a bath, because about 325 US citizens drown in their bathtub each year, but nobody attributes the risk correctly, and therefore people are not scared of getting in the bath the way that they are scared of getting in an aircraft. Now, the problem is that statistically, because people changed their behavior in this way, we estimate that about 1,500 additional people died in road accidents because they were driving instead of flying. Now, the number of people who died on 9/11 was just under 3,000. What that means is that the actual death rate went up by about 50% because of the way people responded to the risk. They were responding to the perception of the risk rather than the actual assessment of the risk. And again, this kind of problem comes up when you're trying to devise policies all the time. This is another one, that very often a policy intervention doesn't have the effect that we wanted. Sometimes it has the opposite effect of what we wanted. This is an example taken from the UK in the 1990s, when there were programs to improve the insulation value of people's houses. And this was seen as an energy-saving program. Of course, what happened was people's expenditure on energy went down, which meant that they had increased disposable income, which meant that we saw an increase in expenditure on what were then non-essential items. It turned out that one of the most popular items of increased expenditure was to take another holiday abroad, which meant that air travel went up, which meant that total per capita energy consumption actually went up as a result of this energy-saving measure, rather than down. Now, you get this in most public policy areas too. You get displacement effects, and it's very hard to anticipate these. But quite often you can end up achieving the opposite of what you wanted to achieve. And this problem is compounded by the fact that very often governments actually don't know what they want to do. Now, anybody who's actually briefed ministers or briefed parliament will know this problem, that people actually have conflicting ideas as to what is the object of the exercise. Here's an example. And I actually briefed a cabinet. I won't tell you which country, but I did a policy exercise with the cabinet and showed them this example. And I said, what is the point of any state intervention? What is the point of a tax on cigarettes? Is it to raise revenue from the state, for the state? Because, of course, we need the revenue to cover the cost of the hospitals, which we need to build because we're going to have this big increase in smoking-related diseases. Or is it to discourage people from smoking by raising the price of their behavior? Or is it both? Now, when I actually did this exercise with the cabinet, most of the cabinet said it's both. Now, the problem with that is this. If it's the first one, we want to see revenue going up. And if it's the second one, we want to see revenue coming down. So we want to do both. We actually want to see revenue going up and coming down at the same time, which of course we can't do. So quite often you find this a lack of clarity as to what is the object of a particular policy intervention. This is perhaps the most common problem. We have separate policies, each one of which makes sense or appears to make sense in isolation, but it turns out to be competing with another area of government policy. These examples are all taken from the US in the 1980s. The Department of Transportation had a policy at the time to encourage automobile manufacturers to make vehicles lighter to save fuel. At the same time, the Highway Traffic Safety Administration was mandating a lot of extra safety equipment for vehicles, which was increasing the weight and increasing their fuel consumption again. Department of Energy had a policy that it should be cheap to haul coal, because they wanted to get people to burn coal instead of imported oil. The Department of Transportation had the reverse policy. They wanted to keep the rates high to support the rail industry. The Department of Agriculture was going around encouraging farmers to use more pesticides. The Environmental Protection Agency was going around encouraging farmers to use less pesticides. Of course, this doesn't just happen between government departments. This can actually happen within government departments. And here's an example. 1995, the US Department of Agriculture created a dairy products marketing organization, which helped to increase the national consumption of cheese. In fact, they were so successful, they managed to get saturated fat up to 12% of total calorie intake in the US, which is a level which is correlated with obesity and heart disease. Their own policy guidelines were that it shouldn't go over 7%. So one policy initiative was so successful that they were undermining their own policy objective. And this is actually surprisingly common, that you find policies which appear to make sense in isolation, but you realize that there's no underlying coherence, and you're actually spending money undoing your own work. Of course, if you have a policy conflict, it is inevitable that you will fail to achieve one or other or both of your policy objectives. And finally, you get this problem called policy lock-in, which is why we persist with policies that have achieved no effect, or in some cases have made the problem worse. And these policies are maintained not just for years, but sometimes for decades. Here's a real example. There was a certain level of business bankruptcies. This again is from Scotland. They had about 14,000 bankruptcies in 1 year. So the Scottish government set up a debt arrangement scheme, gave it a budget of £12 million and 90 advisors. And the purpose of this government agency was to help people manage their businesses, so that they would not go bankrupt. All right, okay, got it now. Now, the only problem with this scheme was it actually had helped almost nobody. In the first 3 years, just 202 people were helped. Now, this scheme was an absolutely unmitigated disaster. It would have been 4 times cheaper to have thrown the money out of the window than to run this program. And everybody agreed it was a disaster. So what did the government do? Let me have a quick show of hands here. How many people would think that the government would terminate the program? All those in favour, please show. 2. Okay, well, I think the majority is with me on this one. No, of course they did. They increased its budget. Now, this is quite remarkable but true. If you're in the private sector, you're running a business. One bit of your business is losing money. You either fix it or you shut it down. In the public sector, very often the reverse logic applies. If one policy is successful, then clearly it doesn't need any more money. If, on the other hand, a policy is failing, you cannot have the political cost of being associated with a failing policy. So you have to throw more money at it. And in some cases, this happens not for years, but for decades. We keep throwing money into policies which we know are failing. And surprisingly, there is actually quite good evidence to suggest that there is a disproportionate effect. In other words, that governments are more likely to put money into policies the worse the failure. And this is obviously the opposite of what we would wish to see. Now, with all that in mind, let's see if we can avoid those problems when we're thinking about what the social sciences can contribute to sustainable development. Let's put in some context. By many of the key indicators, life is actually getting significantly better. People are living longer. Child mortality rate has fallen dramatically. Average life expectancy is going up, still climbing. Rates of extreme poverty have fallen dramatically, largely due to the development of countries like China and India. Primary school completion rates have gone up, and of course the internet is making us increasingly a single global connected village. Now all of these are good things. Of course there are also some very serious problems. By the time we get to 2030, it looks like about half of humanity will be living in water-stressed areas. We've got major global problems with overfishing, greater biodiversity loss, degradation of topsoil, the rapid spread of infectious disease, and climate change presents a significant threat, obviously, to cities and economic infrastructure. And what that suggests is that if we continue down this road and don't find some alternative strategies, that in a few years from now, several decades from now, we could be looking at major social and environmental disaster areas, particularly, I think, in Southeast Asia, parts of Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. But the social problems are actually equally scary. We've got a situation where conflict is now much more complex, fluid, and diverse. We've got a range of ethnic and religious conflicts around the world. We've got sharply rising rates of inequality. Youth unemployment in some countries is 60, 70, even 80%. We've got a number of governments that are so corrupt that really they are functioning more as predators than as governments. And remarkably high levels of transnational organized crime, corruption, and tax evasion. Estimates are that crime is now a $2 trillion a year industry, which is actually double the world's military budgets combined. Cybercrime alone is now something like a $300 billion a year industry. And this has really profound effects
and undermines all our attempts to improve the quality of governance around the world. What that suggests is that in many parts of the world we are seeing a sharply rising risk of civil unrest and asymmetric conflicts. And the combination of all of these factors is that we could be looking at a world in which we have many more refugees than we do now, as people might move away from conflict zones, areas of economic collapse and environmental degradation. Now, where I think we have a particular problem is where a number of these variables overlap. If you look at some of the recent conflicts like Darfur and Rwanda, you see a combination of growing population, increasing pressure on resources, poverty, and religious ethnic tension. And the probability of violence goes up significantly when you have a predominantly young population as well. And this creates an inherently more volatile situation. All you then need is some political opportunists to come forward, set people at each other's throats, and you can have a situation which can generate very rapidly into a civil war. And this is why I think we have to identify the countries where this particular combination of variables coincides, because these are the ones where I think we're going to have a greatly increased risk of violence and fundamentalism and terrorism in the future. There are somewhere between 60 and 70 countries now where we're seeing that combination of variables. And those, I think, will be the next generation of flashpoints. And this really has the potential to undermine much of what we're trying to achieve. Violence is by far the most effective cause of poverty. Here's an example. 1990, Burundi and Burkina Faso were at roughly similar stages of development. 1993, Burundi suffered a civil war and Burkina Faso did. And Burkina Faso is now 250% richer than Burundi. And we have many such examples, paired studies examples of how the impact that violence has on a country's development. If you have high levels of violence, people are twice as likely to be malnourished, 3 times likely to miss primary school, and about twice as likely to die in infancy. These countries are also the most vulnerable to economic shocks because the institutions of government tend to be much weaker. And I think we forget this very often, but in fact, crime and gang-related violence now in many countries kills more people than civil wars. We, in this region, Latin America, the Central Americas and the Caribbean, we have something like 10 out of the world's 12 most violent countries. And the rates of homicide in these countries, you actually don't find them outside of civil wars. In Jamaica, our homicide rate peaked at 63 per 100,000, which was double the rate of homicide here in this city. So you get similar consequences of lost economic growth and perpetuated poverty. In Jamaica, where I live, we've had very low rates of growth since the early 1970s. We moved from a very high growth path to a low growth path, largely as the result of the spread of violence in Jamaican society. The result is, after 4 decades of low growth, the economy is now a fraction of the size it should have been. We estimate that the economy would have been 3 to 10 times bigger than it is now. So we have paid an extremely high economic price as a result of violence. There is no other cause that we could attribute that level of economic loss to. None whatsoever, not even natural disasters. So our own self-inflicted harm is the primary cause of continuing poverty. And that is why this is really a critical sustainable development issue. So this is what I would suggest as the kind of key social science topics for the debate about sustainable development, that we have to think about urban management and planning, not just about zoning and land use issues, but how do we manage the flows of energy, water, waste, the transport issues, and how do we reintegrate the favelas, the ghetto areas, back into the normal life of the city. We have to think about the nature of economic development and growth, the kinds of factors that influence human behavior, and patterns of consumption. So here we have to think about patterns of innovation, the kinds of technology choices that people make, and how we can shape this in the direction of greater energy and resource use efficiency. There are some strange underlying relationships. The reason why we in Jamaica prefer large and fuel-expensive vehicles is basically the state of our roads, which as a result of decades of corruption are extremely poor condition. That means you have to have a heavy vehicle. It's also a matter of personal safety. This actually then has major consequences for our import bill, our oil import bill, our vehicle import bill. So you find these factors that influence human behavior that then have enormous macroeconomic effects. So we have to understand this in more detail if we want to shape human behavior to get better outcomes. And of course, many of these issues are bound up in the kinds of changes that we need to think about if we're going to have any kind of program of climate change adaptation. But we also need to think very carefully now about the factors that give rise to organized crime, corruption, violence, terrorism, and fundamentalism. And we need to think of ways that we can strengthen our systems of government, free them from corruption, connections with organized crime, and make them better at doing long-term planning. Now, there are deep interrelationships between many of these factors. If we can reintegrate the favelas back into our cities, then we will almost certainly find that levels of organized crime and violence will fall. If we can get organized levels of crime to come down, that will feed through into higher rates of economic development and growth. If we get economic development, that tends to feed through eventually into improved systems of government. And if we have stronger systems of government, that means we're better able to manage our cities and the main flows of resources. So there are many deep interrelationships. I think what we have to do is look for this kind of integrated approach and find multi-win situations. All of these variables are deeply interconnected. So it doesn't in practice make sense to think of trying to fix just one of them in isolation. We really need to have an understanding of the way they relate and come up with solutions that will actually solve a number of these problems simultaneously. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Anthony, again for brilliant talk. We don't have much time, but I propose to give at least 10 minutes debate. So we could have 2 or 3 questions. Anybody? Yes, Pepe?
Yeah, just a remark. I often hear that one of the key differences between natural sciences and the possibility of making experiments. But in astrophysics, we will create a new universe and see how it comes. So that's not a key difference to these two.
Yeah, let's take several. Yeah. Vera, yes, please. Ana Maria. Sorry. No, not really. Talk a little bit louder.
Many of the issues you addressed in the second part of the presentation were presented as suggesting that those are national problems that can be solved nationally. For example, violent crime, and if you think just as an example of Colombia and Mexico, violent crime has to do with drug trafficking, so the problem goes beyond national borders, and so the solution. So just for you to elaborate more about it. And to Ernesto, do you know that we have the 4th Congreso de Comunicación Pública de la Ciencia this year, already the 4th one in Argentina?
Thank you. Anybody else? Well, yes, please. Barbara. Yes, she's coming.
For Tony, I too am very concerned about this method of throwing money at the problem and assuming it will be solved. And I feel that the donor community is complicit in this. If you look at projects, they pretend to measure impact, but in fact, they measure outcomes or outputs, usually outputs actually. By not measuring impact, we don't really know if the project was successful. So how do we change the culture of the project-based approach, where we work project for 3 years or 5 years? At the very end of the project, we measure the outputs, and then we say it was successful, with no reference to the impact 5 or 10 years down the road.
Okay, let's hear the table, and then yeah. Shall we start with Ernesto, perhaps?
No, I think no. Thank you. Thank you. I knew about it. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's working? Okay. Yeah, some very, very good questions there. Let me just take two, if I may, because time is short. The drug trafficking issue is fascinating. Typically, where you see very high levels of violence, it's usually a result of a multitude of factors overlapping, rarely just one. And with the problems that we have in Central America and the Caribbean, we have the major flows of narcotics, traditionally from south to north. Now, of course, increasingly what we're seeing is precursor chemicals shipped in from China and then manufactured, processed in countries like Mexico and then shipped north of the border. So that's one of the factors, the fact that we're sitting on right beside the world's largest single market for illegal narcotics. Second factor is, of course, very lax gun control laws in the United States. There are something like 7,000 retail outlets in the United States within 20 miles of the border with Mexico, where you can go in and basically show a driver's license and buy an assault rifle. And so it's very easy to purchase all the weapons that you need, and the major flow of weapons is, of course, from north to south. And then the third factor is, in many cases, you have weak and corrupt governments at the intersection. And this is a devastating combination. You've got enormous profit margins to be made from organized crime. You've got ready availability of weapons. And you've got governments that are, in some cases, as much part of the problem as they are part of the solution. And so it's not surprising that we see very high levels of violence. The paradox is, of course, that it's actually the guns that kill people rather than the drugs. Very few people, relatively few people, actually die as a result of illicit consumption of illicit narcotics. The ones that do typically die because they're actually consuming contaminants rather than the actual pure narcotic. If we had a policy which was aimed at reducing the number of fatalities, it would actually make more sense to try and control the guns than it does to control the drugs. The second paradox is this, that the reason why everywhere we see a flow of illegal narcotics, we also see a flow of a major industry in weapons trafficking, is that the narcotics are illegal. If it was a legal industry, you could protect your business with lawyers and contracts and patents. But of course, we've made it an illegal industry, and that means you can only protect your business with violence and the credible threat of violence. So the regulatory approach that we've taken with regard to narcotics has actually done more than anything else to create the problem that we're now experiencing with violence. I don't think but of course, it's incredibly difficult, as I was saying earlier, to change policy. It's remarkably difficult to have a rational discussion about policy with senior officials in any government. They will do it off the record, but they will not make any public statement which would have the effect of saying, we've been pursuing the wrong policy for the last 30 years. We've expended a great deal of blood and a great deal of treasure to pursue a policy which has actually made the problem a lot worse. But we know from the 1930s what happens if you try to deal with a drugs problem with prohibition. We have to, at some point, try to introduce some kind of rationality back into the debate, but that doesn't seem like an immediate prospect. With regard to your point, Barbara, I despair about this. We have donors come and they push money into various projects, and you're absolutely right. We very rarely measure impact. In many cases, if we did measure impact, we would find that there is none. None whatsoever. Because our most common experience is that we have a project which only runs, it's only viable as long as the aid money is on stream. And so when the aid money ends, it will stagger on for a few months and then collapse. That's the end of it. It has no viable independent existence, which means that it was not a good solution. If it was a good solution, it would run after the aid money switched off. They hardly ever do. So this is really quite disastrous. Of course, what happens is aid workers, again, tend not to write reports that say this has been a complete disaster, because that would tend to be a career-limiting move. So what we get is all of these reports that say, well, we spent all this money, we had all these meetings, and it was very good. And of course, when you actually go and look at the situation, you find that there's absolutely no lasting benefit whatsoever. And vast sums of money, billions of dollars, are squandered in this way. And those resources could be infinitely better spent, provided that we put them into programs where we actually measured impact. And that's all it would take. But we have a huge aid industry that is essentially, it's not a conspiracy, it's just that everybody's interests are served by keeping this big aid, this money machine running, even though there's remarkably little evidence that it's actually helping anybody. Apart from, of course, the people who work for aid agencies, it helps them.
Thank you. Another round.
Yes, I like this sort of argument between Tony and Barbara. Do you know, in my experience, this is a more important impact that aid provide is employment for the public sector. Sometimes with no specific reason, you have money to have employment, and so you reduce this employment. So this is the purpose.
Anybody else?
Well, I would like to make a question to Anthony. Was there any project you analyzed that had an impact and that this was measured?
Yeah.
And could you tell us about it? And
yeah, I'm very happy to do that. Yeah, there aren't many, but I have come across one or two. Can I just answer that point as well, because I think it's a very, very important one. One of the former chief economists for the World Bank actually once said, now I may get these numbers slightly wrong, okay, I'm having to do this from memory. He said it costs us on average $3,000 to raise a per person's income by about $1.06. It's one of these situations like the example I gave from Scotland, where it would actually be much cheaper just to fly over a country throwing cash out of the windows of the helicopter. But by channeling it through vast aid bureaucracies, we actually, most of that money is actually absorbed in the bureaucracy, and remarkably little comes out the other end. I mean, we've actually tracked this with aid projects. We've actually traced the money through, and what we found was that typically just 1 to 5% of the total budget actually gets spent on the purposes for which that money was given. Most of this is absorbed. For example, a USAID project, the primary contractor is typically a US commercial consultancy. They then come into region and they hire a local consultancy, and the local consultancy then hires a couple of poor students from the university, and by the time you've taken out the profits and the overheads and the travel and the meeting costs, you've basically got just 1 to 5% of the budget left to actually do the field work. And then we wonder why we're not seeing any result. But let me give you an example of an absolutely brilliant program which really, really worked. This is one from Jamaica, where we had enormous problems with our police force. And the UK did something brilliant, which is that they actually seconded very senior police officers to Jamaica. Now, the typical aid program doesn't work like this. Typically, what you get is some consultant who comes in, spends a few days in the country, takes the last report they wrote, which was, from, say, Burundi, and they edit, delete Burundi, insert Jamaica, and then basically give you that report and disappear. And you're left with this report, which is absolutely useless. And I have, to my shame, I have actually been involved in exercises like this. When I realized how useless they were, actually, from that point on, I have refused to engage in projects like that, because I think they're obscene. But this is the norm. This is actually what most consultancies are about. You maybe get to see one very high-powered consultant at the first meeting where he's making the pitch to the government. That's the last time you see the high-powered guy. What you then get is somebody who finished their MBA 6 months ago and is now in country trying to crunch the numbers, and you get some report which is basically a duplicate of the last report they did, and it's completely useless, pointless. But what the UK did was they actually sent guys over who didn't disappear. They actually were embedded in the police force, and they stayed for years, 5 years, sometimes 10 years. And in that time, they transferred expertise, and not just expertise, but professionalism, competence, this sense of high ethical and technical standards. And that had an absolutely transformative effect. They didn't try to lead the process. They supported it. It was very difficult, but it had to be seen as a Jamaican-owned and led program. But the UK put key policy people in at the right places, and they stayed long term. That was the most successful aid program I've ever seen. And that is something I think which we really could use. You get good people, they come and they work with you. They don't try and run things. They're one step back from the decision maker, but they're advising and explaining how to do things. And that has an extraordinary impact.
Any comment?
Yes. May I?
Yes.
Just briefly. I don't want to play the devil's advocate, but and not in defense of my colleagues from aid agencies, but no, I'm not from an aid agency in a sense.
Present company accepted, of course.
But I think also the impact evaluation and frequently is the demand for impact evaluation is not, how to say, is not the same to different type of activities. So and then there is where, and I want to bridge this to science and to the role of science in society and the financing of science and the funding of science. And frequently we get this question: why should we fund science? How do we measure the impact? I know I'm jumping a little bit in terms, but I really am not worried about the impact of projects. I'm trying to see beyond the projects into more like societal activities. And frequently we're being questioned about why should a developing country invest in science if how do you prove impact of these investments? Yeah, and there is when impact evaluation becomes actually a very questionable tool for policy making. So we should also not buy into the dynamics of we have to look at every possible activity from the impact evaluation point of view. We don't ask the question, why should we invest in education? Why should we have schools? Yeah, we hardly ask those questions. I don't know, in most of the countries at least. But we as science people are being asked a lot the question, why should we invest in science? So there is a lot about ideology. There is a lot, so I can mention ideology for Lydia, who asked me to do that. There is a lot about how we view and our previsions about preconceptions about what we should be doing. Is a lot around then what type of evaluation we request we put as a mandate to our activities. So
yeah, time for 2 more questions. The gentleman on the back, and then Yeah. Pepe, will pick that up.
I'll take a list of questions. Very often they ask, yeah, what's the impact of this? The simpler answer is it's going to cost much more not to do this. And you can show this in many ways. Mitigation and adaptation to climate change will cost you some money, but it will cost you 10 or 100 times more than you will do. And you can go on and on and on. This is the technological great balance. You can show that when you're paying a lot of money to other countries, you do what you know, and it's much more expensive. So there are simple answers. You just need to take the time to show them.
Yeah, a final comment by the table, please.
All right. Sorry, do you want to? No. Okay. The reason why I would actually say that, please, I did not argue for despair. Quite the opposite. I think that our track record in policy has been very, very mixed, and it's actually pretty clear that we've wasted more money than we've saved. But this is actually a perfectly fixable problem. We actually do know how to run a good policy process, and the essence of it is very, very simple, because we know why we make these mistakes. Basically, there is a lack of clarity about what are we trying to achieve. There are untested assumptions. We assume that we understand what the problem is, and therefore we think we know what we have to do to fix the problem. And we look selectively for evidence that supports the position that we've already come to, instead of looking for evidence that will actually weigh one way or the other. Now, these are very human flaws, and we're all subject to them. But because we know about them, because we know this pattern of flaws, we can actually design a policy process that actually ensures that we control for many of these known issues. And therefore, we can come up with a policy that has a much higher probability of actually working. And even more important, we try to get across this idea that we always keep the policy under review and we track impact, so that if the policy is not working, which perhaps it's not working because we didn't quite understand what the problem was, or perhaps because the situation has changed. And of course, when you're dealing with people, the situation does change all the time because they change their behavior. And in part, they change their behavior as a result of your policy. So you have to actually review the policy and tweak it or change it. So we try to get across this idea that we need to go through this more systematically. We need to have at least one person in the room who keeps saying things like, what if you're wrong? And how do you know? And we actually make sure that we try and make the policy as robust as possible by trying to shoot it down and stress testing it. And then when we feel that it's a good chance of working, we assume that it will probably fail in under 3 years. So we have to repeat test it. So we know how to do a good policy process, but that approach is remarkably rare still.
Okay, so I think this is a wonderful beginning for our discussion in the afternoon. So we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Muy bien.
Good. We have to move and see if we can put something interesting together for you. So relax.
I don't feel any. No worries. I'm not at all part of it. Yes, but I am not from the okay, but I mean it's the type of science you produce science and you have to unique science, broader science, not only our laboratory.
Yes, he's very good. Yeah, he's very good. Yes, it's from Minas. It's called Auditório. The next. It's probably this. Although he was looking his own, like not this year. Nobody. We should open. No, it's with 20. Yeah.
Su vuelo es mas de qué área es? Es muy una hora antes. 15:45. Entonces, 20. 14 puntos. Voy.
Gerson.
For each of the three questions.
Gerson. The idea is the following. We would like to get some kind of funds for daily. We'd like interaction with the public. We have 1.5 hours. My idea was that the same question is as focus will be for each one of you. Then we have, for instance, 4 rounds. Focus. Each one of you talk 5 minutes because it's your idea about this point. And then we are taking notes because for us this is very important. The reaction of each one of you for the work of the office. So this is the third round. 30 comes from 5 minutes, 15 minutes. The second 16. The third 15, 45. The fourth 15, 60. And then we finish. Pass the floor to the same person. Each of them. Okay. Because otherwise it's going to be after the first round,
I think, sorry, I'm not quite for that.
Well, their point here, their question is a completely different way, but the connection, you can do it. But this is a possibility.
Fine. Let's just see how it goes. See how many people have long questions. There is some overlap between questions, I think.
Well, perhaps after the third round we are skipping, and then we have all the round.
I have a few slides on each of the first 3.
And we have a big advantage. This is the last session. Nobody is waiting house for over session. And so again, in the afternoon, we can finish either 3 or 4, someone up to there. We don't have to start. How do you do this? Then you start, yeah, because you have to fly. You will speak and then the solution immediately. For each question, each one of you will take. You will do the same question.
Pero entonces hay que hacernos a un lado porque no trabajamos. Después de discutir,
I'm going to start.
you want to
Because of the projection.
Oh, yeah.
Som.
No le sopla con cariño.
Le di un golpetazo. A ver si ese otro.
¿Aló?
Som.
El problema es central, no es local.
Som.
Bueno. Bueno, vamos a ponerle pasión a esta actividad. Aquí me levanté.
No,
bueno, yeah, okay. Well, we are in the last session. I'd like to say that for us, for our regional office, this session is very important because could be a wrap up of all, and also it could be a moment for reflections and for new ideas. So this is some sort of combination of all the work of these 2 days. The procedure for this session will be the following. Each one of our 3 magnificent speakers who are here will talk 5 minutes, about 5 minutes, answering the same question. So we will have a first round of 5, which is 15 minutes. Then we pass the floor to you. If you have any consideration about what have been said here, you can make comment, but short comment. Not only question, comment as well, but short comment. And then we pass to the second, 5, 15. Then to the third, 5, 15. Then to the fourth, 4, and then we finish in about 1 hour. And then we open the floor again for a general discussion. So we will discuss each one of the points after the presentation, and we will discuss everything after all the presentation. Okay, this will be the procedure, and so These people are very well known: Heidi Hackman, Jose Luis Moran, and Gerson Lima from here, from the UFRJ, from FAPER, from so many other things, professor, etc., etc. So, okay, we start. We pass the floor to Heidi.
Okay, thank you very much, Manuel. What I'm going to try and do, folks, is I've been thinking about guidelines for action. You know, it's the first question, and I think what we've heard in the last day and a half has covered a range of important issues going way beyond what it means for natural and social sciences to work together. And to make sense of this and to try and come with some kind of summative set of conclusions and recommendations, which I'll leave up to you to perhaps extract from the conclusions, I thought that it might be useful to look at what we've discussed in terms of the possibility of seeing this as an emerging new science policy paradigm. And so I don't want to give you a history lesson on shifts in science policy paradigms, but I think it is useful to just very, very quickly remind ourselves, since the Second World War, which is really when you see the establishment of modern research systems, how have our science policy paradigms shifted in terms of the narrative of issues that we've discussed at this workshop? How do we understand research relevance? How do we understand issues of academic autonomy? How do we understand the science-society relationship, and within that, linkages between research policy and practice? And those conceptions of these key issues have shifted significantly since the Second World War. So what you see in the mid-40s and 50s with the famous Vannevar-Bush report is this notion of science, the endless frontier. Give us money, invest in science, and we will be relevant. The promise of science, basically. And priorities are established, interestingly, are not left to university researchers to look at, but are embedded in specifically set up research institutions that are mission-oriented to do so-called relevant research for national priorities. In the 60s and 80s, what you see is with slower rates of growth in science funding, critical science watches, people starting to look more critically at the outputs of science, you start seeing debates about how do we make choices about the public allocation of funds for research, and then you start seeing socioeconomic priorities identified and starting to be, this is the expectation that university researchers start responding to these national priorities. The idea of strategic research comes to the fore. And then I think, whoops. All right, there's a slide missing. In the 90s, and I think it's the paradigm we're still in, we start talking about science for innovation, economic growth, development, but development defined in a very particular way. So, you know, if you look at, for example, the European Commission becoming involved in taking on a real competence in science policy, it is about the economic competitivity of Europe as opposed to the US, as opposed to Japan. And that's a paradigm that I think we're still in. But if you take the kinds of discussions we've been having at this workshop and similar workshops in the last 5 years, perhaps we are moving towards a new paradigm where we're talking about not only science for sustainable development, but about open knowledge systems for transformations towards sustainability. What does this mean? We keep talking about, and again, I think the presentations at this workshop show it, that the problems we're dealing with, the kinds of global issues, the global challenges are converging. It no longer makes sense to separate environmental from poverty, from equality, from social discontent, from conflict. So convergence of planetary and social, economic, political crises. And we talk increasingly about wicked problems, complex issues that defy definition, that where the boundaries between politics and science, fact and value are blurred, where solutions are neither true or false and always lead to new problems. At the same time, we are experiencing in science systems in most parts of the world increasing funding pressures, yet the urgency, there's a new sense of urgency and an unrelenting pressure on science to make a difference to people's daily lives, to make a difference to real-world problem solving. We've always had to show our relevance, but what it means today is different. There's a new understanding of relevance, to provide better understandings of complexity, to speak to users, to meet the requirements of users, to inform livable and just solutions, and to shape deliberate and deliberative policy decisions with new democratic forms of decision making. So business as usual is not an option. Essentially what we're saying is we need new ways of producing knowledge and making sure it gets used. And what are those new ways? We keep talking about integrated science, and we've talked about, I think, two of the elements of integration. The workshop primarily has talked about working across the natural and social sciences, but of course we should talk also about engineering, health, humanities, etc. Integration across different parts of the world, understanding that it's no longer okay for agendas from one part of the world to be imposed on another part of the world, that you have epistemic communities that bring their own perspectives, and that all of that needs to be integrated. And then the integration of science with society, moving away from the discussions of science and society or science for society to talking about science with society. You know, we increasingly talk about issues of user engagement, mode 2 knowledge, open knowledge systems, transdisciplinarity, co-design, co-production, all over the policy range. This calls for radical institutional innovation, which is something I don't think we've touched on, but it's a lesson, and in terms of guidelines of where do we go. We need to understand, if this is an emerging new policy paradigm, what does this mean? How do we organize? What kind of research is supported, how it is supported, how it is organized, how we evaluate and reward it, how do we build career systems, and how researchers are trained. So we've changed our conceptions of relevance from taking it for granted that if you do science, it delivers the goodies for society, to today saying science needs to enter the solution space. Science for transformations to sustainability. Academic autonomy, no longer something that you are just unfettered by constraints from the external world, to today a kind of sense of a collaborative assurance where science works with society to secure the public good of S&T. A shift in understanding the science-society relationship, as I've said, from science and society, science for society, to science with society. A shift in who has a say, who is society. We've always worried about its government telling science what to do. Then industry in the period of economic innovation and competitivity. Now we're saying the full range of stakeholders have a say. Citizens, activists, NGOs, government, private sector. That's a huge difference. And changes in whose knowledge counts, from the ivory tower expertise to recognizing that universities and that science do not have a monopoly on expertise. There are other valid knowledge communities out there whose voices need to be heard and included. They are not just providers of data, they are producers of knowledge in themselves. And so we've shifted in our understanding of the link between research policy and practice, from very linear models to these very iterative, interactive models that no longer look like that, where we sort of produce the knowledge, feed it into the ears of policymakers who have empty heads and hope that something good comes out the end, but rather iterative processes where both the co-design and co-production of science with society happens in a series of feedback loops. And I think if those are the fundamental elements of a new policy paradigm, which I don't think exists yet, I think we're starting to see that emerging. then that has significant implications of how we organize our institutions. Has implications for national, regional, and international scientific organizations. I'll leave it at that. Sorry, that was more than 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Who's gonna talk? Okay.
So this is the first point.
First point is no problem.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, and I am really honored to share this table with Heide, who already shed some light into the whole problem with years that certainly will have many interesting things to say. Well, the things, the way I see it, is that nature is not divided into subjects. It is not divided into mathematics. It's not divided into physics, chemistry, whatever, in hard sciences. And I don't see it so clearly in social sciences. That, sociology or psychology or whatever is also a part, just a part of trying to understand part of a very complex problem. So this way of dividing things worked out very well in the last century, I think, and people got somehow specialized in particular subjects. And as a physicist, I think even within physics, there are certainly few areas: atomic physics, high energy physics, astronomy, and so on. And we advanced actually quite a lot using that model. But sometimes this is a very simplistic point of view of nature. And as I mentioned at the beginning, I am just referring to the natural sciences that might happen also to social sciences. Nowadays, we have been pushing the idea of interdisciplinary collaboration in chemistry, biology and physics, mathematics, in things that are more complex, things that are not simple to explain using just a simple theory. And one is thinking, for example, in nanoscience, in which you have to have collaborations from many fields. Now, if you add to that the impact on society, then this is the problem gets even more complex. So, unfortunately, we got educated following the idea of studying physics or mathematics or whatever. And that was in the late, so maybe in the 80s, 60s, 80s, where this movement was really pushing things in that direction. And actually, I remember that in the bachelor's degree, actually, I was learning, or I was taking courses in sociology, in etymologies, in history, universal geography, and so on, and things that were of general interest for the students. Nowadays, this has changed. I mean, most of the bachelor in sciences, well, not even that, the pre-university education is more special. So I think that one of the main things that we have to promote is to go back to the old ideas or to the old way of educating people, in which secondary school or after, years after, you have to learn a little bit about sociology. You have to learn a little bit about history, about literature. That's already wiped out from the programs. So and this is just taking the part of natural sciences. Now,
at the university level, certainly it is necessary. I think that maybe more important to include subjects that has to be with the society, with the society behavior. So all the points that was marked by Heine, I think it's interesting, but I don't know how to give a particular idea and how to tell you or propose a given way in order to fulfill all these to accomplish all these ideas. So, but I think, and the first point that I was just asking is that we were supposed to give some ideas, mainly in global warming, and this subject, as many others, I was just thinking on megacities, water supply to megacities, or even elections. There are so many things that are so complex that in order to find intelligent solutions, one has to have people that have been educated and have in the idea to collaborate, because we are very individual persons and we have educated like that. It's very hard for us, or for me, or for people of my age, to have collaborations in general with other groups. Maybe with people that is working in fields related to mine is simple, but if to interact with chemists or to interact with biologists, it's not simple. And that's, I think, the way in which we got educated. So I think one of the first steps that we have to propose is to review the programs and to find out if the old way of educating youngsters can be recovered and make simpler the collaboration and to see on a wider view the social problems. I have some political friends that have been governors and so on, and they think that the intelligent people is who study hard sciences, mathematics or physics, and I always tell them, no, for me, the intelligent people is the social people, because the electrons move always in the same way, and people isn't predictable. I mean, when you put two people together, you certainly will not know how will interact and move as a group. So I think, independent of the subject or particular area, one of my first ideas that I offer to you is to think in this problem about the secondary and maybe later education.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank also the invitation to be here. It's an honor. In fact, I was not able to attend all the talks, but it has been a great learning. I have learned a lot. I'm enlisted here as member. Well, I'm a biochemist, medical doctor, working in hard science and structural biology. So I won't talk about as a biochemist. And also, I won't talk as a member of not as a member of academy, but I particularly use my hat of a scientific director of FAPERJ, and to focus maybe in these few minutes on how the funding agents can, first of all, learn from the society, from the science and from the society, and how to create programs that will touch these areas, the subject of society and nature. So FAPEJ is funding agency, a budget of about $250 million per year. So for a regional funding agency, just for the state of Rio de Janeiro, that's quite a lot. I mean, maybe we could have the board of directors and the council could have decided, for example, well, let's do like NIH and SF. Let's give enough money to the top science, and let's have a cut of 20%, and probably would be able to fund projects that will be the same level, maybe twice the level in the United States or Europe. But I think maybe because of this need of interacting with society, over the years, and we didn't start many years ago with this budget. We arrived with this budget. Now it's predicted by the state constitution. That's 2% of the GDP of the state. That's what gives 250 million. So we decided to make a combined program. So on one hand, we have to, of course, to take care. So we have 3 pillars. I'm not sure if you're doing well with the 3 pillars, but one, of course, is to support the good science in the state and the good problems. We know that the science, I think Luis Davidotti gave a good talk showing that we know that we are moved by curiosity, by, passion. Yeah. Even the exact people, exact science or experimental, we are moved by the curiosity, the passion, the unknown, pretty much like an artist. And so we have to, and there are bright people everywhere, and they have to support that. But we also have to, I think, Heidi did very well. We have to do this connection, maybe not only the connection, but have as a single thing, how to connect science to society. And I like to quote a previous governor when he of the state, when he used to come to deliver the grants to the science, he would quote Nelson Rodrigues, that is a famous Brazilian that is the novel writer, was also a playwright, and he would say, life as it is. And he said, I like science because it's life as it is. Because he didn't know what was science. He's not in power anymore, otherwise. but what was good is better because as he was learning that, well, and then after a few months or maybe a few years, after reading the projects and delivering the grants, he started. I like to quote Nelson Rodrigues, but I think it is better. It's not life as it is, it's life as it could be. So he understood that to some extent, science sometimes can give results in 4 or 5 years, because politicians are always thinking 4 or 5 years, but may take 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So I think we have, of course, and especially, and then to use FAPEJ as a study case, we have to do that. Our universities, we have, for example, in the state of Rio de Janeiro, we have 5 universities that are among the 20 top in the Brazil. They are large. For example, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro has about 70,000 students, for 5,000 faculty members. So it's, of course, we cannot have everybody doing top research, but we can look to have some calls, especially in some areas of for example, education, and combine. So, and then I think we learn over these years that we have to, for example, that in this issue that we're talking about, global weather channel change, we know that in Rio we don't have the whole capacity. So we planned with the people from São Paulo, and we had a grant call for proposal involving São Paulo and the state of Rio de Janeiro. It was not easy because of FAPEJ and FAPESP and different ways of thinking, but it was good. And in other areas, for example, we have two big programs. That one is called Think Real. That's pretty much to think what, for example, nanotechnology, how nanotechnology or biotechnology, different areas of biomedicine can help. Well, we can increase science, and I think someone spoke this morning about that. Latin America contributed 3%. So Latin America of science production in the world. Brazil is close to 2.1, 2.2, so it's increasing, but we still needed to improve the quality, to the citation, etc. So we think that with this program, we are going many directions. So we know that although we are number 12 or 13 Brazil in terms of papers, we are quite below in terms of patents. We know that we need to do this translation to applications. So that's how the program was organized. The other program, so that's a pro, for example, this year we had a call for $30 million. We had another program that's called Prioritizing Rio de Janeiro. And that's for solutions, some problem, like, for example, dengue fever. We know that we cannot have a vaccine in 1 or 2 years, or it takes time, but sometimes some measurements or some understanding how to treat the patients, the bad case. So we had these calls, well, dealing with these problems, dealing, for example, with the conflicts that we know that the state of Rio de Janeiro have a lot of problems. So we try to mix that, and that's not easy because, of course, everything is based on merit and peer review, but it's peer review for that call. So if you have a program to select the best programs to deal with violence, you cannot handle violence only with a single monodisciplinary area. So we needed to have multidisciplinary groups, and takes time. So, and of course, this money then has to be distributed among all these different priorities, and sometimes we never know if you are doing good, because we are to some extent attacking different parts of all these very broad possibility of on one hand improving excellence, on the other hand making science to get there more. For example, educational programs to take to improve or to decrease the science illiteracy that, like most of the place, but in Brazil is quite great. So every time a journalist comes in Brazil to interview a science, he doesn't know what is a virus, what is a protein, what is a particle. So, well, we're talking about the journalists. Imagine how to explain that for the common people. So I think because this money, and concluding, is comes from the taxpayers, we have this compromise. We cannot say, well, we just want to have money exactly like the scientists in North America or in Europe. No, we have to have a compromise between reaching, improving the good quality of research, but also in improving the understanding and having some increasing the chance to get these results to the society. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we have to do 100 times to have one success. Okay, that's using the hat of funding agents.
Thank you. Now we pass the flag to you. We beg to make concrete questions and very, very brief comment. Please, you have the floor. Professor Roberto Guimaraes. It's cool.
Thank you. I try to be as brief as I can after, and I would like to hear from everybody two concrete proposals after the brilliant summary that only Heidi can do of history in the past 200 years of science in 5 minutes. and it seems to me, and the basis for my proposal had two things. On the one hand, all of what Heidi was revising to us show us that it seems to me that we are not in a period of lack of science. So I don't think that we need more knowledge in a lot of areas, and what we need is a deficit of concrete action. Keep there. On the other hand, I think that all the changes that Heidi showed also poses a different shift in the paradigm of how science approaches. And this reminds me of, to make it brief, of what Aaron Dudovsky used to say in his classical book about public policy, in the title, Speaking Truth to Power. This was science in the 80s. Now, I think that, paraphrasing him, the big question is, power is not willing to listen. Because, as I say, just to give one example, climate change, there is a lot that we need to know. But with what we know already, we don't need more knowledge. It's a tremendous lack of action. And as a political science, I start laughing and crying when I hear people saying, no, research always ends saying something about political will. I say, for God's sake, there is not lack of political will. There is a lot of political will not to translate science into action. So now comes my proposal. Don't get nervous, Manuel, I'm finishing. So my two questions, and I'd like to hear from you, is being coherent with what Heidi showed us, should be the case that science, both natural and social, should, now that they left the ivory tower, think about two things. First of all, getting back to the funders and pressure funders to fund research on what are the decision-making process, what are the actors, the institutions that actually don't allow science to be translated into policy. This is a very important research question. And second, and then I finish, is it time also, now there is not ivory tower, that science should become a little bit more advocacy and work with society to put science into action? Because we took this as our challenge, how to translate to policy. It's not our problem any longer. Thank you. Sorry for taking so long.
Thank you, Roberto. Is there any other question? Please.
I am very happy that Think Rio needs to think about the sustainability of Atlantic rainforest.
Okay. Any other question or comment? Lilian Alvarez.
Emphasize what Anton said in the previous panel, that the difference between Burkina Faso and Burundi was one country in peaceful and one country in war. And this is applicable also for the planet, for the future Earth. We need peace, and we don't need wars in the world. Another recommendation for this future, because I am proposing to continue doing this type of workshops, dialoguing with natural scientists and social scientists, a recommendation to include science education in the next step of this workshop. And another recommendation, and I need also maybe comments of you in this panel, linking the scientific community to teachers, to the education community. Is very necessary to involve, as Gerson was saying that they are doing, and I know in Mexico also there are big experiences, how to link the scientific community to teachers. We need more researching from social scientists. We need new theories, new methods, as Julia was saying. We need to use complex systems to study complex phenomena. We need, as Heidi was saying, not from the linear model to non-linear model, because society is a non-linear phenomenon. We need also, and agree with Jose Luis, to include subjects in our education, primary, secondary, university level, to include contemporary problems of our contemporary society.
Thank you. Well, these three, please. Okay, you can wait, no problem. We have three interesting questions and comment. So I'd like to pass the floor to Heidi and the panelists.
Okay, so I think those are great comments. Let me perhaps just address one of your questions, Roberto. I think what you're saying is that we need to look at whether our national research systems are fit for purpose. It's not about production of more knowledge, it's about ensuring that we have systems that make sure that our knowledge works, right? And so I think research on the research policy link is fundamental, and it isn't funded enough, and that's a plug for my own field of SDS. But I also think that it's not just it's also about how we use existing knowledge. It's not necessarily about new production of new knowledge, but there is, if I think about the social sciences and the kind of mainstream social science knowledge that we now need urgently to bring to the table, that knowledge exists. But the way in which we fund and organize research around issues like climate change means that that knowledge remains invisible. And that's the next point I will speak to, is how, what is that existing knowledge that we now need to bring to the table? Science advocacy, yes. I think scientists, we forget that as scientists, we play multiple roles. We are advocates, we are mediators, we are public intellectuals, we are teachers. And so advocacy, it's a big debate, clearly, about where do you draw the lines, but it is something that scientists do. And maybe it is a legitimate part of how we make sure that our knowledge works.
Yeah, well, I think that, well, first of all, I think that we have to continue certainly these kind of meetings, because to be honest, some of the talks that I listened, I could not follow completely the ideas exposed by social scientists, and I am sure that some of the social scientists just got blacked out with some of the ideas posed by hardcore scientists. So yeah, as mentioned, there is already some knowledge that if we would be able to convince the policymakers to adopt them, we could have a different world, even with the knowledge that we have now. I mean, we know that CO2 has to be reduced, and we know what produces and what is the things to do in order to diminish. But many countries are just not listening, not doing anything about the problem in which we know the solution. So even at this level, there is no communication, or we are not able, I mean, all scientists, I mean, social and science, hard science scientists, to convince the economists and the policymakers to adopt measures that we know will help to have a better world, right? Well, the other point is that since we don't speak the same language, that's my feeling. That's what I feel, that we still need to work out to understand each other. I mean, this is just a clear, that shows clearly that a lot has to be done. We as adults, as senior scientists, we are not able to understand each other in some parts. How can we expect that the youngsters could do it if we don't modify the way we educate them? So, and the last point is that ICSU in the Rome conference organized a roundtable asking scientists to participate in educational programs. That was a real concern 3 years ago, and some things were mentioned already also in New Zealand. And not much has been done. Not much has been done since that problem was already marked. So I think that we still have a long way to do, but we have to light the water, try to find out the simplest and the most efficient way to find the correct route.
Very quickly. Yeah, I think that in fact, I can summarize. I think address very well that the main problem is, of course, especially in developed countries, education and science awareness. One of the programs we adopted here in a dictatorial way, he said, well, every science that is funded by FAPERJ should give at least one lecture in a public school per year. And of course, some complain and say, well, you're not obliged to do it, but we won't have the grant. We won't renew. But the idea is that, I mean, of course, this gives some trouble. I mean, you have to call the director of the school and go there. Most of the public schools are in place that it's not in the downtown area. Sometimes many of the schools are in favelas. But I remember some science was, well, how I will explain my project to kids in high school if even the students in the university, sometimes they don't understand what I do. Well, you have to do it. So, and it turned out after we're running that for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years, and the results are very good. Of course, it still is small, but if you count that, we support around 2,000, 2,500 researchers in Rio, and each one is giving a lecture in a public school once a year. And then this is changing, including some Nobel Prize that are coming here. I followed one that went to Caxias, to in the periphery of Rio de Janeiro, and he was surprised when the students asked questions, very important questions. Most of the questions, I mean, they understood very well. He did a good job in explaining the science, and he was surprised at the level of the questions. And some of the questions were like, one of the kids asked, "Do you believe in God?" And he he had to answer that. I mean, and the other question, I think that was easy for him. He answered very well. But then the other question was, how could you, because he told his history until he got the Nobel Prize, how could you handle this thing of competing for a Nobel Prize and having someone that had gotten the Nobel Prize was from Switzerland, so he had a colleague that got Nobel Prize, well, many colleagues, but one that was just the other office. And how could you handle that? And so Was very, we were predicted to stay only a couple of hours, to stay the whole afternoon. Was very good. So I think these things are very important. I mean, of course, it doesn't solve, but I think it's part of and the solution is education, because we have to bring the teachers to the university, the students to hands-on activities to learn. And I think, and then answering Roberto, I think maybe the policymakers, they don't believe in science. They don't just believe in, they have to keep the program. I mean, some with better wheels, some with not good wheels, but they will only be they only do the change need when we know we have a lot of information about climate change, etc. When educate people start to press. I mean, even in developing countries like US, where you have half of the population that doesn't believe in Darwin. I mean, as science. I mean, cannot separate religions from science. So we have imagine here in developed country like Brazil. So I think it will not solve in one generation. It take many generations to, but we have to do it. There is no other way around. I mean, only by education we will confront all these challenges that, and of course with, and I learned that with my colleagues from social science, that we have to talk, to interact, and that of course takes effort of both sides, because the way of thinking, the way of doing things are different, but we have to do it.
Thank you. We are running behind schedule, so we will take only 2 quick questions. There are a lot of hands already. No, it's for Elisa, excuse me first, and then the lady over there, and then we go to the second round of questions, and I have a proposal for the second round. Please.
Okay, I would like to go back to the issue of advocacy. I like very much the suggestion of working with society, but I think advocacy often is taken as for society, and that's very dangerous. I think even as a respectful attitude towards society, we should differentiate science from politics, from common knowledge, etc.
My name is Regina Guzmão from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Ms. Hackman presented a very complete list of the new trends and number of challenges we must face in this new scenario. And I would like to hear about priorities. And in these 2 days, I would like to discuss more how to define new ways, more democratic ways, and in the process of definition of priorities, more involving process, and increase engagement of social scientists and scientists in general. I think you pointed out the persistent funding pressures, and I think the definition of priorities, this process must be reviewed.
Okay. Are you ready to comment or to say something, any one of you?
I think Eliza's point is well taken, and I think the next comment takes us on to the next question on our list.
Yeah.
So
I'd like to comment on Elisa. Yeah, I fully agree with Elisa, because especially because our history during the 90s, we had all the programs to support science in Brazil were very applied, thematic, but there was no money. And then I mean, was just we also created something that was very bad. The idea that science, I mean, is to solve problems, immediate problems, and the society got that for a while. I mean, that in fact was very bad, because even people who are relatively well educated used to think like that, like I mentioned, the governor. So I think one has to look for the very an equilibrium between the two, and I think it's from the part, both from the supporters and the government have to implement that, realizing that you need both. I mean, you needed to try to have, and some things, I mean, to have more patents, you needed to have companies doing, taking the knowledge and in developing this research. Science will not develop too many patents, for example.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to propose you, in order to save time, to combine the question 2 and question 3 in only. Huh?
And only questions.
Okay, let's make 2 and 3, and let's ask the panelists to be brief, and let's ask you to make short question and see what will happen. Okay, please. Oh, please, you all have this, but identification of specific research. So everyone has. So.
Okay, so the next question is really about what research areas. Goes back to your question, and I must say that, you know, I've been involved now in various visioning processes about setting priorities at the global level. I think it's really, you end up invariably with a laundry list of topics. And that needs to happen at the regional level, at the national level, by regional and national actors. I think it would be presumptive of me to say these are research areas. But what I would want to say is that if you presume that the pressure is for science to enter the solution space, that whatever research areas we pick out, that the objective is for science to contribute to solutions to specific social, ecological challenges, sustainability challenges, whether those are about urbanization, about water security, health, the nexus between water, health, food, and energy, whatever. I would say that if we want to ensure that our science can lead, can contribute to solutions that are durable, that will last, and that are equitable, then there are a fundamental set of questions that we have to find good answers to. And those questions are fundamentally social science questions. And that's what we call in our report that was published in 2012, the transformative cornerstones of social science. It's the way there are questions that allow us to look at these concrete challenges through social lenses and to contest the systems and the processes underlying that shape those challenges. And very, very briefly, we don't have time to go into this. Alice referred to them in her talk. There are questions about historical and contextual complexities, context referring not only to geographies, but also to personal and professional context, identity, race, gender, those kinds of issues. We need to understand how phenomena like climate change play themselves out in different contexts. We need to understand the interdependencies of people's vulnerabilities from one problem to another, so across a spectrum of risks and crises. The second cornerstone is about consequences, is about understanding, which social scientists do well, looking at the actual and unfolding effects of threats like climate change on people's daily lives, particularly on vulnerable groupings, understanding also how do we measure success of our existing policy interventions. The third one is about, and it's the big one for the social sciences, conditions and visions for change. It's about understanding and coming up with good answers to how do we not only change human behavior, but change social practice and the systems and institutions that perpetuate people's choices and practices. It's also about understanding who sets the direction for change. When does change become politically, culturally, unacceptable. When do we start talking about social engineering? So questions about change, behavior and practice are fundamental to have good answers to. Fourthly, we need to understand the role of values, beliefs, the inner dimensions, because this is how we frame our understandings of threats and our responses to threats. We need to understand, fifthly, issues of ethics and justice. We need to foreground those normative agendas in seeking solutions-oriented science. And finally, we do need to have better answers to how decisions are made, to questions of governance, yes, to questions of where does political will come from, to questions like what is the role of economic interest in political decision-making, but equally the role of emotions in decision-making, and what is the role of science in all of that. So those 6 sets of questions, what I'm proposing is that if we want our science to lead to real transformation, not your garden variety transition, but deep, profound social change that we know is necessary given the problems we face, then we have to bring those types of social science questions in. It doesn't mean that the social sciences take the lead, but those are the questions that we bring to framing how we understand problems of climate change, of water security, etc., etc. That's what the social sciences uniquely bring. And so I'm suggesting that the real knowledge gap is around social transformations.
Absolutely. Are you going to talk?
Yeah, well, all this what Heidi just said concerns social scientists. And I think that the big challenge is to collaborate between the two kinds of formations or scientific formation. And the way I see that, in order to advance a little bit and try to find out if you can get married with the other side, is to recognize problems. Which are the problems that you would like to solve? Certainly it depends on the country, it depends on the region, it depends on many things. But the first point is to recognize which problem you want to solve. After that, then you have to find money. And the third point is you have to call for proposals. And one of the requirements for a proposal must be that has to be an interdisciplinary group. And let's see how it works. I don't know if we will understand each other. I don't know. Certainly, we will make the efforts, but I think this would be a new way of doing research, a new way of trying to solve things, and just to make a free call. But the first thing of all the problems that Heidi just mentioned, just pick out maybe the most relevant for Latin America or Europe or Asia or Africa, and let's convince the funding agencies to put some money in order to ask for proposals for solutions, and to have maybe a meeting where you present the results of those studies in the future. I don't know why, but that would be a way try to see if this works. We have to find some other way of working.
Okay.
Well, I'm convinced of the marriage of society and nature, and in particular social science and well, in the exact science. So I think if you Tony Clayton gave good examples of in areas that would be the social science area, how sometimes the policy goes against what was expected. But that is also true for many, especially medicine. I mean, many years ago, you were forbidden to eat eggs, butter, and right now it's not so. I mean, so things change. So that means that science has not complete power. So we needed to do this exchange all the time, and based on both sides, based on depend on empirical questions that address in different ways. And more, I think, just conclude, I think Heidi pointed out very well, we need to do that more and more. And but we need to convince that to do that in a way that that will give results in the future, not only to have sometime we find that with many programs, not only in Latin America, but that you have a program to transdisciplinary program or multidisciplinary program, and people just get together and have the funds, and each one does something, but sometimes you don't have the exact match. Especially in our countries here, we don't have that because usually the money is not enough. So if you receive less money, then you cannot get all the results, cannot have the full, cannot reach the full results, especially the ones that the program was developed. So I think indeed, if you want to have a program, this means that there'll be a specific program and with a substantial amount of money, because science is expensive. I mean, it's not cheap. I mean, especially if you want to have complementarity between areas. So, and this is, I think that's a major problem. There's lack of money for, especially to these programs.
Well, we have Arturo Martinez and Jose Franco. If anyone else want to talk.
Thank you. I think I was really happy with the last intervention of Heidi. I think she really showed the gaps in social science. However, I want to two comments. Comment one is that I do not think that politicians do not take care of that. I come from a family with politicians. The issue is not that they don't listen it, is the term on how they think. Long-term solutions are not solutions for them. We need to make an effort to listen to them and think with the framework that Heidi and Alicia said. In that framework, the terms on how we will talk, and then they will begin to listen. This is one point. Second point, we are talking about society and nature, etc., but we forget in these guidelines how to address the scientists in political scientists. We really have a big problem there, a big challenge in this region. Political science, in that from Ministry of Science up to the National Research Councils, are not used to think in these new paradigms. We haven't reached yet them. We are far from reaching them, especially in the framework of future. So we need to think, and they are the first that we need to convince, in order, because they have money, that we are not talking something which is unstructured or out of the blue. We are talking something which we will touch in the short, medium, and long term. Thank you, Chairman.
Pepe Franco.
Yeah, well, I really like this last set of fundamental questions you put in. And I think those are really fundamental, but those are not the only ones that we should put on the table. There are a lot of other fundamental questions that probably we don't see them quickly related to society. But, you know, getting to know what dark energy or dark matter is a fundamental question. Whether the particle that was found in CERN was the Higgs boson or it was a Higgs-like boson, it's another fundamental question. If we are able to reproduce mitochondrial chemistry in the laboratory,
is another fundamental question. If we understand the electromagnetic functioning of the brain, it's another fundamental question. And we can go on and on and on of all these fundamental questions that we don't know how they will be related with society in the near future. When Maxwell found their equations, we didn't know that they were going to be fundamental for creating energy nowadays. We use them to do all the energy transformation from solar to electricity and from whatever you want to another type of energy. And so we have to be able to create new knowledge. I strongly disagree with something that was said before, because we certainly need to create more new knowledge. And at the same time, we have to learn how to put it in action. I fully agree with that second part. But we don't have an overdue of knowledge. We have a lack of knowledge. There's very little.
Thank you. Pastor Elisa.
Of course, there are thousands of fundamental questions, but I think the most fundamental question to me is how we conceive of questions. Think, for example, that in the Middle Age, people would not talk about labor. They would talk about human activity. And then, as Polanyi said, after the Enlightenment, we start calling human activity labor. This is a completely different way of framing the question. So, of course, there are many fundamental questions, but the cultural setting for it is definitely fundamental, of the fundamental.
So, if there is not more questions, then we pass the...
So...
Okay. Let's put this in this round and then we finish this.
With my comment, I did a provocation and say about environment. I said about nature is society and nature, but nature was forgotten in this meeting.
Just a very brief footnote, but since Elisa mentioned the science culture, I think it would help if we make a pledge today, because I heard, nothing personal, but I heard here, people still refer to, I use actual quotes, social and hard sciences, social and exact sciences. I could give you thousands of fundamental research to show that social science is as hard as natural science, and sometimes even much more exact. So maybe it would help our culture if at least among us, we go back to talk about natural and social sciences. Thank you.
Good. We pass now the microphone to the to Heidi and panelists. We finish this round.
Okay, so I think in the interest of time, I want to just address the issue that you raised about so many fundamental questions. And just to clarify, I'm not saying that the 6 sets of questions I've outlined are the only fundamental scientific questions. What I'm saying is, if we tackle sustainability challenges like, let's say, rapid urbanization, then if we want our science to contribute to solutions, we have to have adequate answers to those 6 questions. And those are 6 sets of fundamental questions in that sense. They lead, if we have adequate answers, they will make sure that our solutions are more equitable and more durable. But that doesn't mean that there aren't, and that's the terrain of universities, and that takes us into a whole other debates. So I just wanted to clarify that. I think in terms of not reaching political scientists and other types of social sciences, one of the problems we've noticed with the way in which funding calls are framed is that they just don't speak to those communities. When in setting up Future Earth, we had long debates and fights to make sure that this was not called an Earth System Science Initiative, because that does not speak to social sciences. So it's about how we frame. And if we frame properly, then we influence the way people think. And then we start reaching. the communities, but we have a long way to go. But it is about how we frame our calls. And again, it's about how we organize our funding systems, our research systems more generally.
Yes. Well, I think if you take literally nature and society, I think we know already some of the nature, but the problem that most of the problems that have been tackled this in this meeting is how man has changed nature. We have modified our environment, and at this point now you are producing a new effect. It's not only understanding black matter. It's understanding how ourselves, with our development, have changed the conditions for life. This is not written in this, but I think this is mainly what we have been talking about. The Anthropocene area. And there is one example that I always ask. Did somebody from social sciences make a study of the effect of cellular phones? I mean, they have changed completely the way of behaving. The whole society. I mean, now any place you go, you see people using a cellular phone in one way or the other, even kids. Did somebody made or tried to understand what the effect of this new technological achievement was going to change our society? Well, this is just a very simple problem that has changed. What?
You are coming.
Tons of research. If there is, wait a second. Let me then just finish. Okay. If there are books that contain all these stories, what is the next step? What should we do? Is that good? Is that bad? Is it better or is it worse? Which are the answers?
Regarding these technologies?
No, the cellular phones. I mean, I was just making this very simple example.
Yeah, exactly.
You can talk in the other round. Let's them
You
finish.
calm me very much. Maybe I have no more how to work with. I work with natural products. I am not a natural science. I am natural. But anyway, if you have no more environment, I have nothing more to work with. That would be very nice.
Okay, you are the one speaker in the next round. Good.
Okay, very quickly. I agree that there are many fundamental questions. Fortunately, even there is a physicist here, and I don't know how much I like physics, and of course you are physics, and I have a daughter that wants to be an astrophysicist, and she doesn't care. And I agree with you. But since I'm in between, for example, psychiatric disorders, it's not on the top of mortality, but for causing disease, I don't know, is really very high. And where the solution come from? From understanding the brain, understanding. So the drug companies, they don't care because there are already some drugs that acts a little bit, but we don't know a lot of things, and it's causing a lot of trouble. And when I talk to psychiatric disorder, I'm talking about drug addiction, everything. At least 40% of the people in the world have, in one way or another, in some part of their life, a psychiatric disorder. And this, I agree with you. This is a problem, but because we were formed in the university, we have the PhDs in physics and biochemistry, etc. We are used to the box, and we have to mix that. But even to mix that, we have to to have these programs and how to maybe come. I mean, some people believe that our mind works by quantum mechanics, and so well, other people believe not at that level. But anyway, so these are things that a part of the world that of science that probably more than 95% that we don't know yet. But on the other hand, we have psychiatric disorders is something that does need a lot of contribution, probably a lot of multidisciplinary, real multidisciplinary research.
Thank you. Well, finally, we are in the final question, which is recommendation for a fundraising strategy to multi-transdisciplinary project in sustainable energy, socio-environmental risk, urban health and mobility, and problems of poverty and growing inequality.
You know, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to answer the question before that and end up with one recommendation. So I just want to reflect a little bit on what exactly do we mean when we talk about bringing the natural and social sciences together. And I think a lot of people just assume that we're talking about unification of our disciplines into one, and therefore the loss of disciplinary identity, and the loss of diverse perspectives and approaches that comes with that. And I think that's wrong. I think it means that we need to be really confident in our own discipline in order to work together in an interdisciplinary way. It also means fundamentally being open to new ways of viewing the world and understanding current global realities, and open to asking questions that you haven't asked before. But it's hard working together. It's difficult. It requires trust. It requires new language. You know, natural and social scientists accuse each other of being naive. Social scientists think natural scientists are naive about the way in which people and society works, and vice versa. Natural scientists think we're naive about how the physical world works. And both are right. You also have to understand, I think, that unlike perhaps the natural sciences, when you're talking about a social science community, you're not talking about one community. It's a fragmented community. There are many social sciences. There are social scientists who do as exact work as any natural scientist you would hope to find. But then there are others who don't do modeling, who don't do whatever. So they're different social science communities. And you can't force collaboration. It can't be forced top down. These are emergent processes that require time and trust. I think young people, the next generation, are keen to do it. They get it much more than many of us in the room, but they don't have safe spaces in which to experiment, in which they can develop those relations of trust. And there are no advancement incentives for them to develop interdisciplinary collaborations. It's just the way the universities still work. We are still, and again, it comes back to the radical institutional innovations that we are talking about if we want to promote and foster the kind of dialogue that this workshop was set up to foster. We need the enabling environment. And it's not just about funding, it's about institutional enabling conditions in our universities, in our national research system.
Jose Luis, you want to talk? If you wish, no problem.
Very simple. No, well, the last question is that you are asking a solution for everything. But well, I would like to go back to the proposal. I mean, to find out some particular subject that is society is pretty much involved and has some advances technological or scientific, whatever. And once we have identified that, get the money and make a call. And as Heidi say, I mean, nobody can force anybody to collaborate, but certainly we have to start at some point. And I am not aware of any of this kind of proposals or research. So in that way, so we would be innovative and should be taken as part of the future of the Earth.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I have anything more to say, but I do agree that it's for the next generation, and young people, young research should be supported, and then maybe they should challenge with these questions. I think we have at FAPESG, for example, an experience when we compare the projects of the network projects of senior research and young research. Then when they get together to propose network project. Sorry that there are some senior people here, Brazilian, but usually the young ones are much better in terms of that is said by the committees because they take care. They really. So I think it's we should look to them because of course it's easy for us. While it's easy also to judge senior people because you judge based on what has been done, not what has been proposed. That's easy. So the chance of a success is in principle is higher, but I think for mediocrity, not for. I think if you want to, I agree that young people should be challenged and especially all these questions.
Well, we have 5 participation. The first one is Ana Maria Vara. Second, Carlos Aragão. Third, Alice Abreu. Fourth, Anthony Clayton. Fifth, Pepe Franco. 6 or 7, whatever. Anyone who is interested to talk. No problem. We are on time. We are fine. Okay. We start with Ana Maria Vara.
Just a brief comment. There's a lot of research done on cell phones, on how it impacts the way people read, the way people organize, the relationship between the use of cell phones and accidents, etc., etc., etc. Just that. There's a lot of research done already and a lot of...
On its own.
Well, now it's Carlos Aragão.
Yeah. I'm not sure that the quote is correct, but I think it was Einstein who said that education is what you remember 20 years after you've left school. Right? And so one thing that strikes me is that we live in an age where information grows exponentially. You know, a professional physicist like myself, for example, maybe there are, I don't know, Jose Luis, help me, 300, 600 papers a day coming out of the Los Alamos preprint database. If you multiply that by 300, so it's absolutely impossible, even for a physicist in one specific area, to keep track of all the information that's being produced. Therefore, the way that we should think about education is trying to form rather than inform, and make a serious effort to teach people how to process information, how to deal with concepts, and so on. Maybe this is a part of the solution to this problem, because when you're faced with a problem and you have to solve it, you quickly realize that you will need, even though it's hard to talk to chemists and biologists and maybe economists and so on, but the problems that we are facing now, due to the degree of complexity, do require this dialogue. So it's inevitable, right? When you think about the major problems that face us,
like energy, for example, or food, water, whatever, you have to have people with different kinds of training coming together and trying to find a common language. Obviously, for the people that come from natural sciences, it was Galileo who said that, mathematics is the appropriate language, right? Whether this is going to be true in every aspect of social sciences, it's still a question. Gerson mentioned, for example, mental disturbances. Strikes me that, hallucinations in people that have, schizophrenia, for example, have the same pattern, whether they come from a culture in Asia or Latin America or North America. So, yeah, that's a big question to be answered there, and where many disciplines will have to come together to make progress. The basic message is that all these divisions and our incapacity sometimes to dialogue have to do with the fact that we're taught mostly based on information rather than on basic concepts and ways of processing and dealing with this information. And so my main recommendation is that we should really think, how are we to educate students in the next generations in a society where Google and Wikipedia, provide instant information, right? How are we going to teach them to have a problem-solving attitude? And if you have a problem-solving attitude, you don't care about the title of the guy that's next to you, as long as he can give you a suggestion which will help you advance in solving the problem. My colleague, who is certainly a physicist, mentioned a number of advances which are certainly welcome, but we should also think about the advances that have been made with great social implications. For example, 1/3 of the economy in the United States is estimated to depend on quantum mechanics, which was inexistent in the beginning of the 20th century. So, I mean, and come to think of it, any problem that you face does include both so-called natural aspects as well as social aspects. The discovery of the Higgs boson required a management structure which is highly non-trivial, and political dealings. CERN had to, fight for the budget and so on and so forth. That involved economists, psychologists to deal with, the crazy people at CERN and so on. Okay? And so it's very hard, come to think of it, it's very hard to say this problem is exclusively dealt with by specialists in science such and such. So maybe if we invest, if I had to make a recommendation is, let's think very seriously about education, how we educate our students, because maybe these borders, these frontiers will naturally give way to a dialogue which will be more and more necessary if you really want to solve the problem. Finally, my last phrase. The title of this meeting is very nice. It's Society and Nature. I am definitely convinced that society exists because nature's there. We need energy, we need, and then that's, the big question we have to face is whether nature will survive society, okay? And maybe this is the big question for the next generations. Is what society is doing going to preserve nature and itself, or are we facing disaster? Thank you.
Thank you. Alice Abreu.
Okay, so I think I cannot disagree with many of the things that we just heard, but I want to come back again to more concrete proposals, how to go along. I think that the framework presented by Heidi and her colleague is very interesting. And I think, if I'm not wrong, that ISSC has already put out a call for proposals that broadened a little bit the normal idea and wanted the program proposed to be really
on this enfim, with this new perspective. And I think that Future Earth also has put already some funding also for projects. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the same way I have looked at yours. But what I think a new step would be that when we have these new proposals approved, it would be very important to have workshops so that they could be discussed. Because I think this would put, you know, a concrete view on what we're talking about. Is these, how to think out of the box. It's very difficult for us how to think out of the box. And if there are funding already proposed and projects were approved that are said to be this way, it is very important that we communicate them and really make them more known and better discussed. So I think this is a step forward that is relatively easy, and that should be done as soon as we have them. And of course, about future, I think it's, I don't know how it will function. But again, I think that perhaps for ICSU-ROLAC, it would be very important to think about what would be for ICSU-LAC a funding program that makes sense within future. This is also a concrete thing that could be discussed, that then we would have to think whether this would be possible to be communicated to Future Earth and so on. But I think would be a good exercise and a very concrete one. What would be a range of programs that would interest ICSU-LAC to see in the future? And I think that these two would perhaps go a bit forward than simply thinking what is thinking out of the box, that seem proposals that have been approved as being thinking out of the box.
Anthony Clayton.
I'd like to pick up on Heidi's point, if I may. There's a saying that nature is not organized on the same basis as our university departments. And that is actually still, I think, largely the case. There are relatively few genuinely interdisciplinary units. They're still not the norm. There are some. There's a lot more than there were 10 years ago. And some of them are doing excellent work. But they still are relatively few and far between. Part of the problem is that the mainstream funding programs for research are still tend to be organized more by disciplinary boundaries. You will find examples in, for example, the UK research funding councils. They actually do explicitly cross-link now. EU funding programs will do the same. So we are making progress, but I think perhaps the most difficult issue is in some ways the most subtle, which is that really good interdisciplinary work is hard. It's really hard. It's not just a question of getting natural scientists and social scientists to sit in the same room together. What you typically find is it takes an awful lot of hard work to actually grasp what the other guy is talking about. And I think that to do this, you actually have to be reasonably knowledgeable in more than one discipline. You have to know your own discipline, but you actually have to be sufficiently familiar with the other guy's discipline to have a fair sense of what it is he or she is talking about. And I think that's perhaps the obstacle which we don't really think about often enough. So we think if we fix the institutional structure and if we fix the funding mechanisms, then everything will happen. But in fact, those are really just preconditions. The hard part is actually spending enough time working with people with the other skill set so that you are actually doing work which is a genuine synergy of the two, as opposed to just doing a little bit of cross-matching at the end of the project. Thanks.
Pepe Franco.
Yeah, well, there are several key problems in multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary issues. One is obviously the language. You know, every single classical area has a particular language that it's not easy to translate in the other parts. And also evaluation is something that it's very, very difficult because we need to keep the standards, and you know, for many evaluating processes, you know, just trying to understand what is done in this trans or multi or interdisciplinary areas is very, very difficult. So there are all these things, and there is one other thing that you know, to me bothers a little bit, which is the term used for some of the signs, like passion-driven or curiosity-driven, which is I find it kind of derogative, like you know, it's useless knowledge that will not ever find, you know, some application. And so I think that we should learn how to talk to each other and how to relate with each other, how to evaluate, you know, the processes, and also, as Ivy mentioned, you know, to trust.
Any other question, please?
Just to say that in the title is very clear on the challenge of sustainability.
Any other question, comment? No one? Well, I'd like to pass the floor to the podium again. So for any final consideration that you might be interested to say, any, if no problem.
So I think these are great comments, and this is the conversation we wanted, right? So I'm not going to, I'm not here to answer questions, I don't think, but I would like to take the opportunity, given that Alice raised it, that yes, ISSC has launched a new global funding program called Transformations to Sustainability, where the idea is to fund research on social transformations, but in concrete contexts of application, meaning researchers should identify transformation needs or opportunities that relate to specific sustainability challenges. We won't determine what those are, because those have to be defined by and co-designed by communities of practice. These transformative knowledge networks, the first call will go out in December this year. The program is currently supported by the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, and we are going to Beijing next week to talk to the Belmont Forum of funders to persuade them that this is a valuable program to foster inter- and transdisciplinary, involving non-academic stakeholders in the co-design and co-production of transformative science, solutions-oriented science. So keep your fingers crossed for us. What is interesting is that some Belmont Forum members don't get that social transformation is a thematic focus in and of itself. So they keep saying, where's the focus? You know, why is this not on water or energy or land? So that's one interesting discussion we're having. And the other interesting thing about this program is that we are pushing funding boundaries. We've got money from a donor aid agency. They have their own interests and priorities. So for example, these knowledge networks will have to be led or co-led by researchers from low and middle income countries. And the Belmont Forum have their own set of national priorities and what they can and cannot fund. And trying to bring these communities of funders together, I can promise you, is much harder than getting natural and social scientists to talk to each other.
Anyone else?
Well, a kind of a remark, and it could be taken also as a Pepe joke. But global warming started with the development of the anticonceptive pill by a Mexican doctor, physical doctor. Warming started there, right?
You want to say something?
Yeah. Well, just I'll take my time here just to congratulate Elisa and my friend Manuel Limonta from X Rolex, and also Heide for and the ISSC for this wonderful and very high. It's not finished debate, but it's not a finished dialogue, and it's good. That's not finished because I think there are more proposals than conclusions. But I think you are all very. We should congratulate all of you for the very good debates and workshops and talks and discussions and participation, not only the speakers but also the intense participation of the people that attend the meeting. And then, well, I think I should ask everybody to congratulate the three of you.
Well, before the end, the complete end of the meeting, because we have a small closing session, I like to thank very deeply this magnificent panelists we have had this afternoon here, and I ask you for a second big applause for them. So, the closing now. Closing. No, you have to talk. Yeah. On behalf of the Academy and him as well. No?
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me tell you my secret. This was an experiment. I want to try if the dialogue was possible, then next time I'll talk about my own research. I'll expose my own research. No, I mean, no, being serious. First, let me thank, before I thank all of you, I have to thank Gerson because he made possible this meeting. I mean, his agents make it possible for us to convene as well as FINEP, the two Brazilian founders of this meeting. I want to thank you all. In fact, when I conceived of this title, I was very scary because I didn't know if the dialogue was possible. Now I have to thank you all because I know it takes a lot of tolerance to hear from different continents of knowledge. So you were all very generous. I have to thank the audience as well in all the excellent questions that were put to us. I thank my colleagues for their help, and then let Heidi talk about our ISSC and Manuel talk about ITSO. In name of the Academy of Science, I thank you all.
Well, very frankly speaking, I'm very happy because we could organize and we could do this activity. I remember here in Brazil when Elisa and I approached Gerson, and was in Argentina actually, no?
Yes.
It was in Argentina, and we asked him to help us for a meeting like this, and Gerson was very open. He said, yes, I want to help, I want to do whatever is necessary, let's work together. So, and now we are here in this Ciudade Maravillosa, no, de Rio, no, and we are so I'm so happy because of this. Then I like to thank very deeply Elisa She has been, helpful and always open, always, whenever you call her, she's ready. Yes, let's do this. Of course, Gerson again. I'd like to thank the Brazilian Academy of Science, starting by Jacob and to all the personalities of here. Yes. And I like to thank Marcia Melo and all this group of magnificent workers of the Academy here, all these ladies, the cookers of the Academy, they prepare nice food for us. So everybody, all of you of the Academy, so we are very thankful. We are very happy to be here, and we were very well treated. And also, I like to congratulate my college of the ICSU Scientific Committee, who made a beautiful presentation, so I felt very happy listening then, and the people of the ICSU Roland office as well. They were working here. So I don't know what else to say. I want to congratulate to Alice Abreu, this special lady who was the director of ICSU, from whom I learned a lot. Precisely, I was working here in Brazil when I was nominated to go to Mexico. So I was in Recife, then I took that excuse to come to Rio. Then I said, I have to go to work to Mexico, but I have to go first to Rio. I spent some days here. Well, what happened with you? No, I have to start in Rio my work in Mexico. And then we went for Mexico, etc. So it has been very interesting and very, stimulating to be here and to be with you in this organization. And thanks to all of you, all the other participants, for the stimulation we feel having people so interested in this type of topics. Thank you very much.
So if I may just add my own words of thanks to all the actors that have been mentioned, to the Brazilian Academy, to the sponsors and agencies that have made this possible, to ICSU Rola, the entire team, and to you, Eliza. It's really fantastic for ISSC that you have been so engaged in this, and we're proud to be associated with this event, and I hope it's the first in a series of conversations. You know, it strikes me that we still complain a lot about, relations between the domains not always being what they should be. But if I think about having to do a generic introductory presentation about what is the ISSC and what do we do, and if my colleagues from ICSU do the same, increasingly those PowerPoint slides are just full of ICSU/ISSC. We are working more and more together, and this event will be on those PowerPoint slides and will consolidate the relations. And I thank you for your contributions to that. Also, thank you very much for the very festive evening last night and the singing, which I will take with me as an example of how to lubricate the relations between our communities. Thank you.
One, Society and Nature one.
And you won't miss the second.
Well, thank you very much. Gracias.
Tchau, muito obrigada. Agora invitamos, we invite you all for a farewell drink. Okay, all the groups should come together for one more photo. More wine and more photo.
Wine o cachaza. Sí. Muy bien. Te mandé mi pase de abordar. No necesitabas. Muy bien. Muy bien. Doña Carmela.
Muchas gracias. Foto de Dana.
Me vas a tener que operar, hacer cambio de sexo. No, que si quieres estar en la foto, es que pensé que era una foto sin testosterona. Muy bien, muy bien. Levanta la cabeza. Levanta la cabeza.
Y ahora,
Ven. Bueno, ni Brad Pitt le toman tantas fotos como a ti, ¿eh? Ni a Brad Pitt le toman tantas fotos como a ti.
Caríssimo. Prazer te ver. Estava com saudade dessa coisa, estava aqui sumida. Adorei isso, amigo. Tantos antigos amigos. Senhores, é um prazer.
Señora, el placer es nuestro. Vámonos. Pero bueno, espérate. Pero ¿a comprometerme a qué?
A las cosas que yo me propongo. Todo es que sí.
Muy bien.
Tienes que comprometerte a participar en la segunda reunión.
Sí, sí, claro que sí. De Science and Nature
la vamos a hacer. Porque
la hacemos en México.
Porque ya tenemos
Society and Nature. En México. Lo hacemos en México.
Si no ponemos algo
O
nosotros.
no, con el foro. Lo hacemos con el foro también. Sí, lo hacemos.
Tenemos dinero.
Es un foro.
Bueno, yo lo pensé. Qué bueno que tú lo dijiste porque me daba pena estar pidiendo.
No,
iba a salir.
yo no tengo dinero,
No,
no. No, dinero no hay. Yo voy a poner mi sonrisa. Sí, pero hay que hacer una digamos, una reflexión de
Profunda.
sí, ¿no? Hubo cosas muy buenas, no tanto. No me quedo.
Sí, no, que esa es la primera lámina. Sí, es parte del campo mexicano. Que repetir. Es una mamá.
Así que además de ser espía. Sí, soy espía. Generoso. ¿Yo quién es espía? ¿Yo?
Sí.
Ah, pues
se metió a la reunión, pero es generoso. No, se metió a dormir.
Ya está. Así
Felicitaciones, muchas gracias. Por lo que
Claro,
estás invitada.
Claro. En homenaje a
Alisa Pre.
Hace mucho que no puedo.
Deben venir.
Lo hacemos el año entrante, no sé cuándo, pero el año entrante. Bueno, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Vamos, pues no sé dónde está nuestro. Bueno, vamos allá porque hay un poquito de cosas ahí para picar, para no
Chao,
Esse homem só fala de dinheiro, isso é meu tycoon.